And we are back for the fourth and final time during these 24 hours of Zolder. I'm Hasse Reumer, joined by Ronald Moens and Andy Annan. And we had a few moments of trouble just as you cut away. I'm just going to go back through it quickly. Just a few small incidents. Whoa. The 999 Digitrax Mercedes with a small spin and facing the wrong direction. Costs a bit of time, but it's no real drama at this point of the race. Although they are relatively close to the cars around them. And then this one for Glenn Hopkins, just breaking traction. And as we spoke about as well as we were off air, Ronald, that Porsche does look slightly beaten by now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That aside, we've had a round of pit stops and a few changes of position here and there, but obviously it's something that's gonna play out over the next few laps as we're expecting a pit stop for the 777 Valkyrie X-Type GT4 Mercedes. Still with Jonathan Roberts behind the wheel of that car, but it could be a driver change. Not really sure about that, but we're expecting them to get out and to be close to these drivers at the moment. They were having a good battle before. Class leaders, a nice competition. Eau Rouge, the 100 BMW into the pits. Koen Klopman.
Yeah,
be a double for him. But this is a long car to do double. Long car. It is a sort of a big, long car as well. Mm-hmm. That's not what I meant. It's a car that makes for a long double stint because it's going to be a 3-hour stint if it is. And Ronald, I really should know these things by now, given that I've been commentating on this series for 3-4 years. But do we have any limits, upper limits on drive time, as some series also have?
No, the only. You have to do 2 driver changes. Of course, over the course of a 24-hour race, that's not really an issue. But we already had some teams who forgot to do a driver change in the shorter races, so the 3-hour races. So that's the only mandatory thing. You have to do 2 driver changes. But even if one driver just does 1 lap, that's okay. There's no minimum or maximum requirement. Just have to make sure that you change drivers 2 times. And we also have somebody in the interview waiting room. So maybe if you would like to have a chat with it's Pierre-Yves de Soete, then I will let you have a chat with Pierre-Yves, and I'm gonna take a short break.
A short, deserved break for Mr. Ronald Moens. Welcome and good morning to you, Pierre-Yves. It's a pleasure having you in, and thanks for taking the time to take a bit of a chat. While we speak, let us first and foremost find some pictures of the sweet and lovely Vestor Motorsports Porsche Cayman. And might I start out, Pierre-Yves, the only Porsche Cayman of the field nowadays. You must feel, in that sense, a little bit lonely, maybe even.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of other Porsches on track as well, but in GT4, yeah, the only one. It has advantages. So.
That is true. It is the lone little brother, and you have like a bigger brother, but they were born a lot of brothers at the same time. This is getting very abstract, a digression too much maybe. But what are the reasonings for you to stay with the Cayman in times where so many other teams have seen to look in other directions for what they wanted to drive?
Well, we started the season with the Mercedes because Kevin preferred the Mercedes at the beginning of the season, and I always preferred the Cayman because shorter wheelbase. I prefer driving that than the other cars. But Kevin preferred the Mercedes, so we went for the Mercedes, and Kevin then decided to take a bigger stop of sim racing, and Bruno joined the team, and after testing we decided that we preferred the Cayman to the Mercedes.
So that's brought some, I would say, some much-needed diversity into the BLC3 class as well. Nice to see. You had a rough race all the way through. What has been the main story of your race, if you should tell it in a relatively short manner? I know it's been 18, 19 hours to compress down, which is not an easy thing. But what's been happening on your part?
Well, we take a very good start. So we started P12, and I took the start. I believe after 3 hours, we went P6 or P7. But yeah, Bruno is new in sim racing, so he's learning a lot. He's doing very well. Had only a few incident points. But yeah, he's a little bit slower. But his job is not to do lap times or anything. It's just to keep the car on track and keep it running. So he's doing great, but he still has a lot to learn, and but he is learning a lot as well.
That is a very nice way of putting it. He has a lot to learn, but he's learning a lot. Beautiful. And over the same, if you would say the same for the season for you guys, what has been high and low points of this year's virtual Belcar so far for you?
Yeah, well, not very much high points in the season. We did Spa, where we did a good race. But yeah, for the rest, one race, Kevin couldn't come, so I was alone. And yeah, after one stint, just stopped because we needed to do 2 driver changes, and I cannot do it alone. Yeah, in Bathurst, first race, a big race of Bruno, and yeah, some mechanics he needed to learn, and disqualified because some pit lane infringement, but he learned it and everything is going well. He was doing very well that race as well in Bathurst. He's doing a full stint with 0 incidents there, so it was great.
It's not the. To be honest, then on Bruno, it seems like he's doing a pretty good job to be new in sim racing, to be able to come into a series as competitive as this and not really feel the pressure in that sense. Or maybe he does feel the pressure, but it doesn't show at least. And then some of these tracks as well, you know, Bathurst, not a simple track to drive, let alone race a multi-class race on. And this one notoriously difficult with traffic as well. So big kudos to Bruno Melis for the efforts from here on as well.
Yeah, well, he has only 28 incident points, and I believe 12 of them are just small bumps being hit in the back. So small bumps. So it's things he cannot change about it. We were very lucky until now because we didn't have any major incidents. One didn't need any repair, didn't hit the wall or anything. So very grateful for that.
And Pierre-Yves, casting our eyes back to the racing at hand here, we've got just under 5 hours remaining in the race. You're sitting in 10th place and looking to be well able to fight for that 10th place, but it's a good close fight with RD Sim Sports right now. It's about 10 seconds. What are you going to be saying to Bruno as you get back into the team radio regarding that fight for the top 10?
Not to worry about it. It's a few hours that we've been passing each other with pits. Well, we're still in front. They're catching us a little bit, but we're still in front, and they need to pit earlier than us. So when they will pit, we will still be more or less 1 lap in front until we pit. So it will just come out at the end which car will have the best pit stop at the end. So for the moment, we don't need to worry about anything. Our objective for this race was just to finish anyway. So wherever we finish, we will be happy.
And I think that's a good approach regardless. A final question is going to be regarding the fast repair. Did you take it already, or do you have it in the backhand for the final hours here?
Yeah, well, normally we should have, we were going to have it still, but we had a drive-through Um, we took the drive-through, and yeah, that resetted the fast repair, and we needed to pit just after that. So the fast repair was used, but for no real damage because the car was driving perfectly fine. We didn't hit anything, so we can only guess it's maybe for engine or something that it was used. But engine was fine. We didn't hit anything, so yeah, we don't have it anymore. But if we were a little more attentive, we still would have it without any seeing in lap times, because I did my best lap a few seconds before taking the fast repair, so there was no need to take it. But yeah, it's our fault.
Yeah, that's I've tried it so many times myself. It's such a frustrating thing to have happen, and yeah, it's it is what it is, but truly annoying anyways. What it probably could be is also a slight bump on one of the curbs that could have bumped one of the fenders, or like a small thing like this. It's
Yeah, well, there was no one. The car was feeling really nice, so it didn't really feel a difference from the start. Well, there is a difference with tires and fuel and etc. And especially with the Porsche with fuel tank in the front. But the car was feeling great all race, and it's still great. I know we have the fast repair, so it's normal, but still great. We didn't had any repair, optional repair needed before that, so just keep it that way.
well, it seems you've managed to do, Pierre, what not a lot of teams have managed to do, and stay clean and safe for the vast majority of the race so far. Kudos on that, and from us here, I think I'd just say feel success for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Can I just say one thing?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, because I know my girlfriend is watching for the moment with our baby, so I just want to say that I love her. And thank you for being there this weekend and the last weeks and supporting me for all of this.
That is very sweet of you as well, Dave, and I think wildly appreciated. And it is true that sim racing takes up a lot of time, a lot of effort, and especially with a freshly started family like that. That is, it's two things that doesn't necessarily go hand in hand easily. Let me put it like that.
Yeah, but I have a great girlfriend who accepted and even pushed me forward to do better. So, thank you.
That is very nice to hear, Dave. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a bit of a chat with us as well. I do appreciate it a lot. And as I said, best of luck for the rest of the race to you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
So Pierre-Yves Desout and Vestor Motorsports in for a bit of a chat. We're gonna resume active cover. I was about to say for the rest of the race we have a pit stop for the 877 Valkyrie BLC2 Porsche of Felix Ferrier. He is now exiting the pits, having lost the position to the DBRPM car. And honestly, they have just been tagging along all the way through. There's been upsets, there's been highs and lows and ups and downs, and they're still in it, even after situations that could have led you to believe that that the game maybe was sort of over on their part. They had some sort of disconnect issue, or whether that was running out of fuel or a hardware issue. I don't think we ever really found out. At least I don't think I ever really found out about the incident that happened in the relatively early parts of the race for the 32 guys. But they're still there and thereabouts. So fair game to them. They will have a pit stop coming up soon. They have an on-track advantage of just about half a minute, so they are gonna run ever so slightly behind once they're done with that pit stop. A relatively short stop though here as well for Felix Ferreira, and this could be down to those extra 15 minutes they're trying to spread out over the last hours. Maybe it's that's a good question actually. So we did see a tire change for them as well. So I must admit, on that one, really none the wiser. A good morning is probably a bit late to say, but a good day to everyone watching along, by the way, as well. It's nice to be back, and it's seemingly having been what we would have expected, more or less, from the night, which is things happening and teams here and there that would have fallen off due to the sort of night things that happen. But I was thinking about one thing that I would love for that iRacing SDK software to implement down the road, if possible, because I am by no means a software developer. I have no idea, except for some very simplified basic terms of how that stuff really works. But the idea would be if that iRacing SDK be able to sort of compile a, shall we say, highlights package. Or but maybe you could just mark off incidents yourself along the way in the race and then show that. That would be pretty cool. It's at least one to think about if they ever hear about it.
They do have a record event, so it could be that you can... I haven't used it myself actually, but where you see the incidents, there's also a button to record an event, so maybe...
Oh yeah, and then you have like... I then think you can record the 5 slots that are underneath that, and then you have 5 highlights that you can record. It's actually smart.
There's also, but that's more for like a replay file. I have seen something, I don't know if it's still maintained or not, but something to have a sort of a highlight reel actually of a replay of a race. But I thought that was almost something we had to look at in the replay as well. It was very close.
Yeah. And that's almost mildly put.
And that's it's for a position actually, this battle at the moment.
And Branko Steener's trying to get past on Jarno Lorey, side by side again, but also a little bit indecisive. This could be the run though, but it depends how they come through this one together. Good exit for the 999.
Yeah, and they have a Porsche behind them as well. Yep, there it is. Yeah, and as you can see, the Porsche is not coming back onto the racing line when he was braking. So that was the good thing to do, actually. Whoa, that's I think that was a bit of a contact here. I'm not sure. Could you hear it if there was contact or not?
I heard what would probably have been the slightest 0x.
Yeah, something like that. A little bit.
A graze, you know, more than anything else. But yeah.
Yeah, you can hear he's using the tires.
Oh, that's a lunge.
Yes.
But also a missed. Oh, and they touch. Oh, and it's going to be a heartbreak, I'm afraid. Oh, just a... Not quite, though. Oh.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the replay of that incident immediately, Ronald, to have a second look. Oh, netcode. From what I see
there was
there.
some netcode involved as well. It appears to be.
Yeah. See if we can just get to it a little bit before that to see a little bit more of it. Here we go. So missed apex from the Digitrax car, and that's netcode.
Yeah.
Although, you know, Ronald, there are two types of netcodes.
Yeah.
There are the shall we say the innocent netcodes that otherwise would have resulted in no contact.
Yeah.
And then the netcodes that just made the contact happen a little earlier. Looking
than
back at it,
yeah.
Yeah, and let's just, I mean, we can take another look at it here and just see, because I might suspect that.
Yeah.
I'll leave that to race control.
Yeah.
To figure out.
I'm going to check with race control, and I will get back to you.
So Digitrack's getting out of that quicker though than the Eagle Speed car. This is all fallen into the hands of, well, I guess the Arnage competition light car behind is getting closer to this one. Stefan Leguin and Jonathan Roberex, the gap between those two up to 8.5 seconds. So a bit of catching up to do now for Stefan Leguin. And I must admit, don't really care for odds. Not that one. That we like to see.
I'm back.
This one. Yes.
And
nice.
Indeed, there was a bit of netcode involved, but it was not the innocent kind of netcode. So there will be a penalty of for the 999 car in this case.
Okay.
He came back on. Yeah, he turned into the other one, only slightly, but still.
Oh, Bram Bellemans. I thought that was a pit lane, but it doesn't seem so. The 42 car, the Brab Lamborghini, in trouble here up the hill.
Oh, that's a big hit.
Yeah, but I'm thinking it looks like it's on the softer part of the barrier. Oh, that is.
Now he has to wait.
Yeah. It's always a little bit, especially because it's a blind corner.
Yeah.
So whoever comes up from behind will be maybe seeing the remnants of smoke that are still hanging about in the air, but it's nothing more than that. And it's one of the worst things that can greet you coming out of the blind corners. One thing is a stationary car, but that you can avoid. But someone coming onto, and especially onto the racing line, from the side of the track can just spell death and destruction in a split second. So good on Bram Bellemans for making it safely back onto the track there. Pit stops as well for, this is ART Sim Racing from 4th place in BLC2. We've had a pit stop, I think, for a Nash competition as well. That's just a few laps ago. Carlos Dieguez in the car. But the gap runner between Bouts and VDS by Undercut and the Anage Competition GT3 machine is up to 22 seconds. And then you wonder if that's equal on pit stops. I don't think it is. So, if that's the case, Anage Competition has been going quick for the time being. Seems to swing a little bit back in their favor, but we have to see how far Boucher can really press their tactical advantage in terms of trying to extend closer and closer towards that checkered flag, and if they can completely remove a pit stop at the end of the race, that's gonna make it hard to beat.
Yeah, if they keep it up like this, that's a real possibility, actually.
Yeah, the pit offset towards an ice competition over the last round of stops is 22 laps.
Yep.
And that's at this point 33 minutes or something. So I don't think it's necessarily gonna. Nah, I can't do that math. I'm not even gonna try here. A problem for DBRPM, the Marshmallow car, I'm afraid, here on the outside gets loose.
On his own, yeah.
Yeah, it looked solo to me as well, but to be sure, it was with the Sim Formula Europe Audi. So
yeah, I had a look at
with the Audi
at the screen as well, and it's just there was no contact, and not netcode either. It was just the Porsche Cup car losing the rear.
Yeah, probably having to either let off the throttle suddenly or brake a little too hard in the middle of it, or put too much steering into it, or any of the three above. And that it's something that even though I feel the current generation of the Porsche Cup car is in a different dimension to drive compared to the car that came before it in iRacing, it is still a rear-engined, relatively low-tech, high power. It's not too heavy, but it's very much an old-school race car in so many ways.
It's still a brutal machine to drive.
I've always been enjoying it so much. I love that car. But it divides the waters like good old Moses did. Or it was supposedly.
Yeah.
I am not much of a religious man myself. I know that in Belgium this might come to a shock for some people. I'm not sure if you're.
I don't think so, actually.
Oh, okay. I've always been I always heard about Belgium as like, oh, you're such a strong Catholic nation and stuff. But
nope.
But people say that about Denmark as well.
Oh.
And while we do have churchgoers, I wouldn't necessarily consider us a religious nation as such. A lot of politicians like to say that. Anyways, I digress. We shall not get into politics here. That is one thing we most certainly shall not, for the sake of all of us. So let us just rejoice in the fact that we are indeed getting closer to the yearly celebration of the birthday of the baby Jesus.
Yes.
And and leave it at that. Carlos Dieguez here now in second place, having lost a good chunk of time here. Thomas Cuvillier on very good pace on the previous lap. But of course, as I'm trying to keep an eye on the lap times here and there, it's also very obvious how it's very much down to traffic. And for the BLC1 drivers, I think the thing that can hamper them the most is sort of catching up to a BLC2 car, because you really can't just power through. You have
Nope.
to be smart. You have to set up the overtake, and it comes with a little bit of risk. Oh, and harsh competition. They have to be so careful here as well, Ronald. If they do anything that's sort of deemed to fall back on their shoulders, a stop-and-go penalty for them would put them in a very tough spot. And
Yeah.
have they had any penalties throughout the race? They haven't, right?
No, not even a drive-through yet. So
So-
they have been clean all race actually.
And what about the 17 of bouts? And have they been having anything?
Yeah, they
that
had
related?
they got a penalty somewhere, and I think they also had a drive-through. So without those, they would have probably been leading the race at this time.
Can only expect that. I think the way they're still in the fight. They're still in it. So by the way, the gap from the top 2 cars to the rest of the bunch is 5 laps by now. It's an extra lap down to the Valkyrie Excite competition, the 677 car. So gaps in BLC1 are relatively big by now.
Yeah, that's
Closest
also
2 cars, 5th and 6th, still up for debate. I would say Sim Formula Europe and the Firaco eSports car, 13.
Yeah, and the 677 of Valkyrie was also in the mix, but then they had that issue where they ran out of fuel or something. They misfueled
They did.
during the pit stop, and then they dropped back. I still in P4, but they lost the connection with P3 and possibly P2 as well.
This one is going to be interesting too as we get towards the very end of the race, Ronald, which the GT Racing 99 car, the DB RPM 32, and of course the 877, though it does look to be in favor, at least for now, of the 877 Valkyrie Excite car that has been the dominant force in BLC2 this entire season.
Yeah, and because you have the controls, maybe could you check the weather again for me? I just would like to have an eye on the track. Yeah, 25 degrees, so it's definitely climbing.
Yeah, it's heating up.
And we still have about 4.5 hours to go.
And there's still some cloud cover as well, so it also all really comes down to whether it's gonna build up or not. So really, it's hard this way around as well, because there isn't really anything to go by for the teams. They have to sort of plan for either the track gets hot or it doesn't. If in the south of Spain you come out in the morning and the track is cool, yeah, right, because it's been the night. But if it's a clear sky and everything, you know it's gonna be hot, and you can sort of just plan for that, right? But this way around, there's gonna be a bit of a doubt. I don't know whether any of the teams have been in a position where the tire stints would have been an issue in that regard anyways, so we'll see. But of course, for the drivers, having been used to a cool track, that's a little bit more forgiving. This now progressively heating track could cause a few challenges here and there. So Bruno Malis, the teammate of Pierre-Yves de Soute, and they're battling James Holman and RD Sim Sports. It's for 10th place. That RD car has been catching up quickly over the last few laps. they're also running at quite the pace with this Mercedes for the time being. On the last lap, almost a second quicker than class leading Anash competition Eau Rouge as well. So James Holman here really attacking it. And therefore I don't necessarily see a big reason for Bruno Melis to spend too much energy fighting this one as it stands. It's a long race. And still just under 4.5 hours left to run here. But of course, as you get closer and closer to the checkered flag here, pit stop for James Holman. And that's gonna leave Bruno Melis off the hook for now. At least off the pressure hook. That's probably a welcome sight. But the reasoning behind going offensive, going a little bit more aggressive here, does get stronger and stronger with less and less time to actually operate in as well, at least for some of the teams. So it's always a tightrope to walk in the final hours of these very long endurance races. But anyways, as it stands, it's Bouts and VDS by undercut, the number 17 car in the lead, though I think still virtually it is Anash competition at the head of affairs, but it comes with a certain level of uncertainty, just not quite sure. Visceral eSports third in BLC1, though 5 laps down, with a lap clear of the Valkyrie X-Type competition. Sim Formula Europe currently sitting in 5th. In BLC2, the 877 Valkyrie X-Type machine leading the championship and leading the class here with a relatively comfortable margin when they're on the pit stop, you could say wavelength with one another, but DP RPM not out of it. GTE racing in the 99 machine certainly not out of it either. And then the two ART sim racing cars are sort of having a battle of their own for 4th and 5th in that class. It's the 12 and the 11 there racing one another. And then in BLC 3, Anash competition, Eau Rouge, Kuhn Clubman still behind the wheel of the class leading BMW. They have just about 2 laps, almost 2 laps of an advantage down to the Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars. The number 6 machine driven by Stefan Verhofstadt. Brian Timmermans for Yoma Racing is in 3rd in BLC 3, but of course being a Zolder only entry, they won't be scoring any championship points. And in 4th at the moment, they've been there for a very long time. Michael Holsters and the SimWorld.be Rapid Car, the yellow 114 BMW GT4, and then of course the Valkyrie X-Type GT4 machine of Jonathan Roberts in 5th place for the time being in BLC 3. So with a little bit of an update throughout the classes, there is also still a it's actually, we speak, I think the closest battle at the moment on track. 7.5 seconds that separates this car from here, Stefan Legan, and they've been at it once before. Stefan Legan trying to claw his way back onto the tail of the Valkyrie car. Looking at the lap times, they are close to one another on pace. So with the traffic as it is, it's probably just going to be swinging back and forth ever so slowly.
Yeah, we can see also that in DLC 1, Thomas Curie is pulling away actually at the moment. The gap is now 30 seconds. What happens here? Oh! Some grass mowing going on. Into something what was probably a slowdown. Yeah, a slowdown, I guess. But it was a very close call. I really feel sorry for Ed because he's missing all the fun.
Oh, I was making good jokes. I was making good jokes.
Oh,
but
and
I
you
was
were muted.
Yes.
Oh. The bingo card is going to get really small now.
Yeah.
We definitely
afraid
need more
so.
muted mics checkboxes.
Yeah. Yeah. That was. I was just telling everyone how in Danish we have a saying that is. Nearly and almost beats no one off the horse.
Can you repeat that? I
Nearly and almost beats no one off the horse.
Okay, I understand.
It's
Yeah.
lige ved at næsten slår ingen mand af hesten, but it rhymes in Danish.
Yeah.
And then I mentioned that Thomas should have had a checkbox for the bingo with me giving Danish.
Yeah.
That's what. It certainly happened for a time or two. Checking back on the lead battle here. That lead is continuously expanding, Ronald, and it's now up to 32 seconds separating Thomas Cuvier and Carlos Diegues.
Yeah, they are gaining time, that's for sure.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Is that another issue for Tortulo? No,
It's the same.
Just,
yeah.
It's the same.
Looks like somebody is lifting and coasting.
Yeah, they're massively clutching out. Really trying to extend their stints. Oh, bit of counter steer for Felix Fekir. That Porsche Cup car seems to deal very, very well with the curbs. I would have expected that too, Thomas, but she's getting older, and we haven't had anyone ring the doorbell. So, it's a bit hit and miss. I mean, I think mostly when we hear it, it's because when I'm home alone and I can't close the door to the rest of the apartment, that's when we get the full-blown Stella experience. But 4 hours and 14 minutes left to go, my man. I mean, there could very much be a thing or two still on the cards. It's either that or the phone has to ring. The phone rings or the doorbell rings. That's when hellos are being said. And then sometimes, if there are either animals like birds in the backyard, that's a good one. Children in the backyard making noise. She likes to bark at those too. Nice try, Kim. I think my phone is on silent mode, so. So tracking around with race leader Thomas Cuvillier on very good pace at the moment, continually extending the advantage to Anash competition and Carlos Dieguez. And I would say by more and more, but it's continually growing. Over the last lap here, it was a second. Of course, could be lucky in traffic, but I think Belgium really pressing on, really trying to hammer home some sort of an advantage. They have those 22 laps on the... They had 22 laps on Belgium, but in the end, that could mean... We'll have to see how it all pans out. And I'll try to note at what times we see both of the cars pitting to try and sort of make sense of the tactical situation. Of course, I have actually slept through the night, so I'm a little bit off kilter in that regard. And I'm afraid there's been a problem for the Firaco car. And we'll have to see what this entails. This is Dieter Ertz. Touches the wall there, something flies off, then a spin. I don't know what it was that... Something flew, but what it was that flew, I'm not quite certain. Trying to have another look here. See if it's just a piece of the wall or... No, it's the side mirror. But then the sim decides that you get that back. Cool to see the side mirror flying off the car like that, though. But they have to keep their nose in the ground here. They do have a 5-minute advantage on the Simpack car, but yeah. Pit time, though, for race leaders Bautzen VDS by undercut. The number 17 car, driven by Thomas Cuvillier. He is into the pit lane. And this is an interesting one, because they are just 9 minutes away from seemingly erasing a pit stop altogether. And 9 minutes over the course of 4 hours, that should be possible. That should really be possible. And if they do so, then the standings we're looking at as they're coming into the pits is suddenly the actual on-track standings, and it's turned around now. You know, an Arch competition might just have taken the lead, but if Bautzen VDS by undercut can do a pit stop less than virtually, they will be in the lead of this race. That looked more like very powerful elastics and then some magnetics to get them to snap into place there again. Yeah, cars mixed with the ability of a lizard to grow out its own tail again, right? That's what we're talking about here. But Thomas, yeah, I must admit it's been a huge success with the bingo cards. Have we had anyone come in with a full plate yet? Because I must admit I sort of like it if no one gets it. I mean, I have one that says Edward has computer troubles. That's going to be hard for me to complete regardless because it's a man that isn't here. But I've talked about cycling. We've had difficulties with the stream. I've spoken Dutch. I've been muted. Did Andy make a quote from the past, or do you have to hear it yourself? You probably have to hear it yourself, right? The color-changing beamers, yes, indeed. The chameleonaire beamers. Oh, sometimes with trading paints acting up. Trading paints has been a real pain in a very particular place as of late. Class front runner breaks down. I haven't seen it, but could be it. We'll see in the end whether Fabrice Cornelis or has driven the most hours or not. There's been a moment for the marshmallow car at the Villeneuve chicane. What you get when you don't really have the... Oh! What is this? They've just been in. They have just been in. And I'm immediately scanning over to see the race control message board. But I see nothing for the 17 car. That could have been an issue on the pit stop. I'm not quite sure. I must admit, I'm not quite sure. That was a regular pit stop in terms of time. But that's flipped things on their head yet again, because they are now just over a lap down on Carlos Diegues, and the curse of the commentator is struck again, I'm afraid, here. Pit stop for Firaco. The 13 car on its way in, pit stop for Huss Franken. And the number 3 DBRPM Marshmallow car. Squadra Veloce by Fastlane in as well. yeah, it has to be like 3 big curse of the commentators or something. But I don't. There's been more issues with pit stops and fueling than I remember normally seeing. So I don't know if there's something buggy with whatever uses people use for companion apps, crew chief or whatever with the fueling, or crew chief, someone using it and some not, and then all of a sudden the fuel was off. I don't know. But it could have been a penalty that they stopped for before as well, though I haven't seen any penalties dished out from race control, right?
No, it's not a penalty. And also the pit time is more or less the same with a normal pit stop, actually, the last time they went in again.
But
so
on the first stop, was it so as well? I didn't see.
I don't know yet. Yeah, that's hard to see. Yeah, you can't go back on the timing to check. Or maybe in the event viewer.
No, you actually can. 1:20 and 44 seconds, and then again. No, wait, that was the second, so I need to just a sec. Enter what?
Yeah, the first time was 44 seconds, and then the second time was 1 minute 20. No, the first time was also
42.8 and then 44 seconds.
Yeah.
It makes very little sense.
Yeah.
If there's anyone who knows what happens to the Bouts and VDS by undercut machine, then who help us out, because we're sort of at a loss here. But this, I'm already getting a little bit tensions about just saying it, but this could be the moment that, after all what that has happened in this race so far, actually decides it. Come the end, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. Bruno Malis into the pits as well for Vestor Motorsports. And I think that would be his stint over and done with for now. So we're knocking on to the door of the final 4 hours of racing here.
You scared me there for a moment. I thought you were going to sing "Knocking on Heaven's Doors."
No, just no.
Okay.
Just like I'm not gonna sing "Tears in Heaven" when someone dies out of the lead.
No.
You know. But it could be funny to change the lyrics to, would we be first place if we saw you in heaven?
Yeah.
Would we lead the race if we saw you in heaven? Come on.
Yeah, there is actually somebody who wrote the lyrics of that REM song. Losing my religion, actually. And that's losing my position. Something like that. That's me in the corner.
Me in the corner.
Yeah, losing my position. Something. Yeah. They created a complete song with different lyrics, actually. Yeah.
I have been a little digression from me here. I broke my hand, as I might have told before this summer. I had a nice little cycling accident with a friend of mine who just put on the brakes for no apparent reason. Any cyclist who
I've heard that. I heard that excuse a few times this race as well. They put on the brakes without any reason.
Yeah, but I'll tell you from real life experience, like, brake checking is a real thing.
Yeah.
And but imagine, like, Bonnet, you're on a bicycle. dead. Anyways, I flew over the handlebars,
Oof,
broke my...
yeah.
That's the long story. We don't need to get that to the long story anyways. The short version of it, basically, is that I've been getting back into playing my guitar. Because I had to sort of recover and retrain the finger to do things again.
Yeah.
So we might just get a sim racing song collection. Losing My Position is certainly a good idea. And Tears in Heaven. That's one noted. Let's see if there will be more coming up.
Yes,
I'm quite sure.
I'm looking at the chat and hoping for some nice alternative song titles or lyrics.
You know the old Elvis song "Return to Sender"?
Yeah.
From when you like do the up and up and over, or someone makes a huge lunge and you get back on and you're like, I'm gonna repay you the favor. Yeah. And the actually address unknown as it is in the song actually works pretty well for a dumb overtaking attempt. Well, I must admit, Kim, I do not know Mama Appelsap.
Yeah, me neither. And I don't think I want to know actually. Now looking at P7, by the way, in Belcar 3, they are still there's a bit of a battle going on, I believe. Between the 485 and the 446, and that are actually in the same team. Or is it, yeah, I think maybe if I have a look at Jonathan Valgare, that's the one we are looking at the moment. Yes. So I think he is 4 seconds up ahead Branko Sieners.
I'm just getting to the effects you there, Kim. We have some very good ones of those in Danish too. Obviously, they're not going to make sense to mention now because who the hell's going to understand? Except for the 3 Danes in the Simpac car, and then maybe a Swede or a Norwegian or two. That'll be about it. Though the Norwegians are notorious for not being able to understand Danish. That is true, Thomas. You could do that. Even though your wonder wall could also be the card you tap and send into the wall that saves you from going into the wall. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all... if you just put it up with like that incident happening in very slow motion, it would be hilarious. Hilarious. Kuhn Klopman in the pits. We can only believe to be a more or less regular pit stop. We're into the final 4 hours of racing. There is 20 hours and 5 minutes on the clock. It's a pretty damn long time.
And it looks like Branko Sieners is actually closing in on Jonathan Valgare at the moment as well. It's now 2 seconds. It was 4 seconds before. So we should see him. Yeah, there's the BMW of Jonathan Valgare. And then behind the leading car, it is Branko Sieners, who is chasing down Jonathan, and he's sorry, Branko is Jonathan. Actually, two Jonathans above each other at the moment, so that's why I was confused a little bit. But the gap is coming down quite fast.
Confused enough to give you a moment of Dutch.
Yes.
Is that a joke as well in Belgium?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe because you sound the same way yourselves.
Yeah.
My apologies for dishing out the hurt. So sorry. I'm in a spicy mood today. All jokes aside, pit stop as well for the number 6 at the moment. Although it does seem to be what happens as well, Ronald, when we get in another brick in the wall.
Yeah.
Sean, that's very, very good. And yeah, Kevin, I think that's an amazing idea. The winner moet een liedje zingen. The winner has to sing a song. Yes, thank you, please. I have actually considered that one. Not letting the winner song, but at some point, maybe I'll do it the day I retire. For my final race, I might sing a song in Dutch. I am a big fan of old Flemish slagers. Like, you don't think you call it slagers. It's what in the Dutch would probably call this levenslied. Yeah.
Yeah, more like a smartlap.
Yeah. Like Poppy aan Schuipen and that kind of thing. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. Or actually, it's simple. It's cycling. Just one word. It's cycling.
Yeah.
That's all the reasoning you need. That's all the reasoning I needed too. But we're certainly gonna get there at some point. I just have to be good enough at it. I have to learn it well enough that I can actually do a part of it proper. Yeah, exactly. Style. Driver change for Visceral eSports. Brock Kelly getting into the car. And your eye rating for me.
Yeah.
I saw something on Facebook as well. Was that, what is his name? Willy Turla or something like that? Yeah, Will Turla, exactly. That one is good. When it's just he changed the lyrics and he... Dat doet me pijn. Ik heb mijn pillendoos verloren. I was absolutely cracked when I saw that. I know the language well enough to know what that means. And it's actually funny too because in Danish we have a pilledoos. And apparently you have a pillendoos.
Yeah.
And so that is the joke in Denmark as well, that Dutch and Flemish sounds more or less like a sillified version of our language.
Yeah.
We have Måneskin, you have Maneskin.
Yeah.
And so on and so on. And before everybody will be sick and tired of hearing me talk about languages, I will stop. But, now I have actually sung in Dutch, so we can tick that off the list as well. as I like to say, Ronald, like to keep them on their toes. Best when they don't know what to expect. This one has really been closing up. Last time we checked, it was 5 seconds or so, but Branko Steeners and the Eagle Speed Academy Mercedes, the 485 car here, has been closing this gap quickly. Let's go for a ride here.
They do have a GT3 behind them, so that will probably pop up. I can hear a Lambo coming by. Yep, there it is. So I don't think any time lost.
I was surprised that you could hear that was a Lambo and not one of the Audis, given that they sound not exactly alike, but let's say quite.
Yeah, there's a small difference, but I also saw when we changed camera angle, I knew it was the visceral car, so that's why I also knew it was a Lambo.
But Kim, do you define Flemish as a language? Isn't it just Dutch? And it's like almost the same? It's like the Americans speak English, right? They don't speak American.
Yeah, more or less.
Oh,
you could compare it like that. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. But
I guess you would have like some people claiming that no. This is our own language. We certainly didn't take it from someone else. Most certainly not the Dutch. So that said, I have been presented with, you know, the fact that there especially are parts of Flanders, right, where the local dialect is different, and where like there's a lot of what I guess you would call slang. Like in that town called Baarle, where Tom Boner come from. Every time I've heard him speak, it's like a different language almost, and it probably isn't. It's just because he phrases things quite differently than a lot of other cyclists that I see interviews with. This is still my main channel of picking up on these languages. So.
Yeah, that would be something like campish.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's more like a... It sounds a little bit more brutal than some like in the in some parts of Flanders. In Limburg, it's more like rounder sounds, so to speak, and then you have campus, and that's a bit like sounds a bit like me, more or less. And we have Branko Steeners going into pit lane.
Oh yeah.
After chasing down Jonathan Valgare.
Oh.
Did he hit the wall?
I think he did. That was certainly the sounds of hitting the wall on the way in. You know, only hope it's slow enough that there's no real consequences.
Yeah, just a scrape instead of a actual hit.
Well, good morning, Enrique Senna.
Yes, welcome.
We're pleased to know that you want to hear the digital engine sound over the sound of our beautiful voices. And to receive a comment like that certainly entices me, especially me, and a lot of you out there in chat will know just how much I regularly talk. It entices me to talk even more! So maybe sometimes, be careful what you wish for, my friend. But a good day to everyone. We're approaching noontime, and it's certainly getting into the, well, things that happen now has a tendency to become more and more decisive for the rest of the race. We have a pit stop for the 32 dB RPM car, still in contention for the lead.
Yeah, everything that happens now, if you make a mistake now, it will be harder to rectify that mistake and to regain positions and stuff like that. So yes, in these closing stages, it's going to be everybody's going to push probably, but there is really no room for a mistake. Yeah, well, I'm actually very jealous, Jean, that some people can get out of bed with the wrong foot. I haven't seen a bed for the past few years. Yeah, hours. Sorry. Yeah.
But sometimes there just isn't enough happening to talk about a race for 24 hours, and you have to talk about something else. And then you try to have something called fun.
Yes.
Like, we might not share the same sense of humor, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But
And we are
it's
keeping.
It's no more of an attempt just to have a little bit of noontime fun.
Yeah. And we are keeping an eye on timing, of course. So we know that Senna Lances, for example, is 5 seconds behind Lucas Romano at the moment, and that's a battle that is has been going on for quite a while between Felix Ferrier, Lucas Romano, Senna Lances. They have been changing positions a few times.
Pit stop for the Valkyrie X-Type GT4 machine. Remember, they were relatively close with the Squadra Veloce. I think there is going to be a bit more of a gap now that they come out.
Yeah, and the 114, so the car driven by Michael Holsters at the moment. If I check the timing, I can see that they, the last time they went in, that looks like a drive-through as well, because it's a time of 35 seconds. So that seems to be a drive-through they had.
Yeah. And then a few pit stops as well in BLC1. Furaco, Simpact, and Brab. All in the pits at the same time. Simpact are on the way out. Brab, I think, have some repairs. At least they did have 20 seconds or so extra on that stop, and they're now rejoining as well.
Yeah, you can always try to every pit stop, like maybe take 10 seconds of repairs, trying to mend the car more or less again by the end of the race.
Ronald, it is time for me to allow myself 5 minutes to make a cup of coffee.
Yes.
I think that is about due time, so
we will hop on board for a few minutes with somebody, and then we will get back, of course. So it's a good idea to have a look at the race leader and join them on board as we take a short break.
I'm back with a strong coffee. I thought we could just about avoid looking at a pit stop while I was just sitting there, but wasn't enough to cut away from the Anash car. And there's stop. As it stands right now, not sure about this, but it would seem if the calculations I made before was right. The Boutsen car on track, as it would stand at the checkered flag, is about this half a minute behind the Anash car. We also see right now. And we saw that big fuel saving from the Valkyrie X-Type 877 BLC2 Porsche Cup machine earlier as well. They're really trying to extend. Rejoining very close to the machine of Lucas Romano. They had a shorter pit stop all the way back on lap 754. Brice Minguet, the 677 Valkyrie BLC1 Audi in the pits as well. And then there's a issue here for Branko Steeners, just cutting the grass on the outside. Big drift. Manages to correct that. That was quite the car control here. Let's go on board just for another look. It's a huge slide, but okay. This point of the race, I have to say, well done to Branko Steeners for keeping that one under control. He just took a little bit too much grass there with the outside rear left tire, and an ensuing big slide. That could have been much worse. Really one of those situations. And then on track battle as well. This is with the GTE racing car and the Valkyrie machine. But of course, the GTE racing car has a pit stop less to do. That also means that they, in turn, will have a car that has a slight bit extra in the terms of potential. With less fuel on board. And another thing to note, I think the DBRPM car and GTE racing cars are very much in a battle for position. Strategy-wise, they are very close to mirroring one another. Just 2 laps in between their last pit stops. And with only 6 seconds separating them on track at the moment. And there's been a drive-through, I think. I don't know if Ronald is back with us again as well. But there's been a drive-through at some point for Lucas Romano. On their last stop, they had a pit lane time of 35 seconds. I think that equates to just having driven straight through the box. And so that will have brought things together, which is also the reason that the minute or so that GTE Racing were behind on DBRPM has now been bled. It's been a long pit stop as well for Valkyrie, so maybe some repairs for them. It's all really been bunching up a little bit. But certainly an interesting one. You can see how Senne Lansens here is really pushing on. Got the race leading Anash competition #1 car in behind. Such a strong season it's been for them as well all the way through. They really have been the class of the BLC1 field. And they've been putting the bar at a high place for everyone else to try to match. Giving us a really high level of competition in the top class. Pit stop for Brian Timmermans and Yoma Racing. They're pitting from 3rd in BLC3. with 2 laps, a lap and a half on the car behind. Really shouldn't be under any sort of threat whatsoever. But be it for a moment, as it will be when the 32 and the 99 cars pit in eventually. For the time being, we had the top 3 in BLC2 separated by, well, what is that, 7.5 seconds or so. It's certainly not a lot. With 20.5 hours on the clock here, this has been a eventful race, to say the very least. Attritional as expected. And managing that attrition has been key to allowing yourself basically to be in a good place. Driver change as well for Yoma Racing with Jordan England coming in, leading the pits after what looks like a completely normal pit stop. At least when judging by the times. Ooh, St. Laurens pushing hard. One of those things you really want to avoid doing too much, because a little bit too much of the gravel we saw it with the with the Eagle Speed GT4 car just a few minutes ago. And as I've talked about as well, this is the part of the race where, oh, St. Laurens, you can see he's been pushing. The rear is getting loose. Maybe down to a combination of tire wear and, of course, higher temperature. Track temp has been coming up, and it is indeed getting hot. We spoke about this earlier as well. Not really knowing what to expect from the weather conditions, but it's been staying cloudy, yet not overcast. So there's certainly sun coming through, and a track temp that has just gone up to 32 degrees while looking at it. Mind you, we had the highest track temps of the daytime racing in the first part of the race, peaking out at, what, 27, 28 degrees. So we're already into what, with a little bit of imagination, we can call new territory for the drivers and teams. Though the car, especially, of course, the tires, are going to react a little bit differently to accept, especially for cars that aren't running an aggressive traction control setting. Of course, the BLC2 cars that don't have traction control. The drivers are going to have to take a little bit more caution with how they apply the throttle out of the slow corners, wanting to avoid all the minor wheel spin that tends to progressively heat up the tires as the laps go on. If you really get the core temp of the tire up too high, it can be very, very hard to get it down again, especially at a track like Zolder, where you don't have the long straights that can really help cool down both tires and brakes, of course, to keep them within the optimal working window. And racing like at tracks like Monza, Le Mans, Spa even, it's often a little bit easier to keep the tire temps under control. I think this, without really knowing it for sure, I don't know if it's one of these tracks that has a little bit more right-handers than it has left-handers. But the faster corners of the track are generally almost all of them right-handers, so be a little bit extra tire wear on the left-hand side of the tires there to manage, but I don't think that is going to be all that bad. But with track temps increasing, we might see a change in fortunes around the field. So we're coming closer as well to the final 3 hours of racing here. It all really is coming towards the pointy end. I wonder what happens to Lorenz de Vlieger here, who's jumped to the pits. That is the 484 Eagle Speed BLC3 Mercedes. And nothing really to show for whatever's happened there. I wonder if this is a drive-through or a pit stop for James Holman, but it does look like they're stationary now, so yeah, they're in the pits. "47 seconds clear of Vesno. So pit stop for Senne Larsens. That means the GTE Racing 99 car coming into the pits. They're heading in. Aaron Baba now in the car for DBRPM. And Valkyrie back into the race lead. I think they had about 12 seconds coming in, so I'm wondering or it just was on the pit stop. So a driver change for GT as well. Renzo Eulenbroek in the machine. And the interesting bit is to see what kind of advantage they'll be sitting on against the BRPM here. Remember, this is very much a battle for position on track at the moment. Still stationary. Do also remember that it is some long pit stops. And the BLC2 cars, a minute and 6-7 seconds. Plus whatever times lost on pit entrance and exit. Aaron Baba, I think, has gone through. Yeah, because Eulenbroek is right there, but they're close. They're very close. It's, I think it's within 5 seconds. very much within 5 seconds. It's actually just under 3 seconds of an advantage to DB RPM. So this is going to be a very interesting one to follow. And up ahead, traffic ensues for the DB RPM car, so this could bunch up rather quickly. With the 2 Audis as well, Sim Formula Europe and Simpact also having to move on through. It's Magnus Nielsen for Simpact and of course Ward Mallards for Sim Formula Europe. Ricardo Ferreira in the race lead for an Ash competition, sitting on about a 20-second advantage. Looking at the lap times, last lap was a 0.3 of a second net gain for Bouts and VDS by undercut. So it is certainly not over yet, even with the extra Bouts and pit stop. I still don't know what happened. I still don't know what was the real cause of the problem. It could be hardware related, could be so many things, but all in all, it's actually, I'm looking at it, 21 laps of difference, so maybe it was just me being off, but yeah, I tend to make prophecies and that immediately turn out to be wrong. This is the famous words of Murray Walker when asked what commentating on motor racing was like, and it's that just because it's happening in the virtual world, it makes that sentence just as true anyways. Magnus Nielsen with the, as I've said before, familiar looking DB RPM Marshmallow car to swoop on through here in the braking zone, the braking zone. Into turn 1. Still just sitting there behind Ward Mallards and Sim Formula Europe. That gap is still falling. GT Racing and Renzo Erlenbrook with good pace. And then the 2 ART sim racing cars, we saw those as well some time ago. They are on they're fairly skewered though on the strategy. The ART Sim Racing 2 car of Greg Franks will have to make a pit stop quite soon, I suspect. And while the sister car has been in not too long ago, so I think virtually the 11 car is still ahead of the number 12. And Angelo, I believe, is the teammate of Chris Lowers, who's in the car at the moment. But mentioning him as a rocket ship does seem to have some very good pace about him. Oh, and the gap has come right down up ahead, the 32 car. Those 2 seconds have all but disintegrated. And Renzo Erlenbrook is looking like a man poised to strike. On board we go. Oh, it's a loose one through many of the turns. The GTE racing car, we've seen it before. Looks like a car that likes to rotate. Looks like a lot of fun to drive as well, to be honest. Into the final chicane. Short clutch out. Right there on the tail of another machine anyways. Might just offer up the chance to save a bit of extra fuel until an opportunity may present itself to muscle on through. Of course, this is the battle for second place in BLC 2. Still 3 hours of racing left. A difficult time this, because with 21 hours on the clock, it feels like the finish line is right around the corner. And in some ways it is, but 3 hours, mind you, is also a normal Belcar race that still remains to be run before anything is decided. I think when if you're on the grid for one of the normal 3-hour races, then you're not gonna feel like that is a short matter to contend with. Oh, the 32 just sticking its nose in to defend, but not sure he really had to. The 100 car there, that's the race leaders, but the class leading BLC 3 car of Koen Klopman, Erlenbroek, smart with the quick dive to try and follow through. The 777 now momentarily lodged in between. There's the slight advantage to the 32 entering the final chicane. Has the finish line here again. And into turn 1. Good line there from Erlenbroek. On point. Late apex for turn 2. Difficult corner as well to get right. And then the BLC 1s and 2s will be flat down to 4. Super important exit down to the first of the chicanes, where risks can really be taken on the bumps, of course, also regarding sorry about the setup of the car. Some cars and some setups as well will just inertly take the bumps easier and better than others. And there's really something to be gained there. It's all about compromises. Through the double right-hander, down towards Villeneuve, and a little bit of a look, and a long look, and he's in too wide, but the 3 cars there too. Sorry, that's not the Villeneuve chicane. We went through that a moment ago. This is the hairpin. This is getting messy, but I think Erlenbroek might just come out on top, you know. And he's even gonna be able to sneak on through on the Marshmallow number 3 BLC 2 car. Further lap down for them, and Aaron Baba follows on through, but we're gonna see that from the outside again in a moment's time. As this cools down. And it's actually the lead car. They're a lap ahead, more or less exactly a lap ahead, because they're right there with only Erlenbroek still not a lap down. And then Aaron Baba right in behind there. So that heated up for a moment. Look at this one, Erlenbroek. The pass came quite late there in the hairpin, and actually 3 wide for a second. Aaron Baba with no real cards to play there on his hand. And just having to pull out of it, and still, of course, with an opportunity to fight. But the only issue here is the fact that the race leading car is sitting in between them at the moment. Good pace from Renzo Erlenbroek. I think he's gone and unlapped himself, and Aaron Baba is going to look to do the same. do think that, of course, this comes with all the asterisks of what comes out of my mouth in a race, but Roger Christiansen will be the next of the BLC 1 leaders to pit, although they have gained almost an entire pit stop on DBRPM, or they have had a penalty less, or whatever that might be as well. Of course, could be many things, but the fact of the matter is that they've been in the pits less than their competitors. And then the Yoma Racing car, I'm afraid, has jumped to the pits. Don't believe there's anything to be seen there. There really isn't either, so most probably this is a disconnect of some sorts. Meanwhile, Chris Lauers has also gotten past on Greg Franks. Got the overtake right here. Looks as orderly as you would expect it to be between two sister cars. And no team management getting infuriated there. No Vettel and Webber. No Hamilton and Rosberg. No Ferrari at Interlagos. Simworld.be Rapid into the pits as well. That's Michael Holsters. They've gained the position on Yoma Racing and are now up onto the podium positions. So it'll be a nice one for them. There's some team games being played right here. Eulenbrock, he's on the tail of the 7 DBRPM Tricolore car, flying relatively under the radar for much of this race. Now they're sitting there right in front of Renzo Eulenbrock, while the sister car of Erin Baba, still with the class-leading Valkyrie machine in between them, but maybe a slight helping hand. And a pit stop as well for Bautzen. So driver change. Hugo Bemelman's coming in. Driver change, or at least a pit stop for Firaco. I don't think that's going to be a driver change for them. It's going to be Dieter Ertz staying in. Ugh. Don't you love it when you're just made wrong immediately? Indeed, it is a driver change. Martin Deckens taking over the Firaco eSports car. Let's get back to the action at hand up ahead. They did now get past the 99s. Renzo Ellenbrook passed on the 7. Now it's Roger Christiansen. And then Aaron Baba still trying to hang on. But to me it looks like GTE Racing, the team with the advantage on pure pace in BLC 2 at the moment. But taking the strategy and everything into account, the Valkyrie car is going to be very, very hard to beat over the final 3 hours of racing here. Leoma Racing lost the internet connection. That is a piece of rotten luck. They held on to third, though, with the pit stop from SimWorld.be Rapid being more or less on point with one another. The bad news is they're only separated by, well, 12 seconds now, but in fairness and truth and all honesty, for us watching, that's not necessarily bad news. We could have a battle for third place in BLC 3 ensuing. And we've had an off-track excursion, I think, for Jano Lore. He just... There's a little bit too much speed around the outside. There's a whole gang of Mercedes there. The Valkyrie car still ahead of the Squadra Veloce machine by about... Oh, and he's just had a pit entrance. I thought that was a problem. But no real drama there.
Yeah, and apparently some teams have had some connection issues. Like you said, the Yoma team, they are back on track. But of course they lost a lot of time.
I think there was someone else.
Yeah. Also one of the Speed Academy cars. I think this one, was it this one? Yeah, it could be this one that had
I think it was the sister
well.
car. I was quite sure it was the sister car.
Oh yeah,
this one.
Yes, indeed, this is, yeah, correct, you're correct.
Pit stop and driver change for ART Sim Racing 2 as well. It's hammer time.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see how much time they can claw back on their sister car with the rocket ship Chris Lowers in at the moment. And then the gap between Renzo Erlenbroek here and Erin Baba is growing. It's up to 6.5 seconds now, so certainly Erin Baba trying to keep the car running at a nice rhythm and not take too many risks. Because Erlenbroek really on pace at the moment. We'll just take a look at the lap times. And yes, indeed, they're running quick and quicker than the class leaders as well. So all of this taken into account, I don't think they'll have a chance to really contend with the class leading car. But we'll see. We'll see. It all comes down to strategy at the end, and sometimes it's just a bit too much to get your head around all at once with nothing to write down and calculate with and stuff. I could do that, but some other things to to keep focus on as well.
And also keeping track of incident points as well, because we don't know if somebody is close to a slow drive-through or not.
That's true, and obviously a late drive-through is gonna throw some real salt into the machinery. So pit stop for the 485. That gives track position to Jonathan Valhaarn and the Squadra Veloce by Fastlane 446 BMW.
Yeah, we have 3 hours, a little less than 3 hours to go, and indeed, I think, like you said, Hasse, strategy and pit stops are going to play a huge part as we get closer to the final of the race.
Yeah, I think there's no way to get around it really.
No,
That it's going to be a massive part of how this race plays out in the end. Pit stop for Sim Formula Europe as well.
and for us and also for the viewers, this is the part where you are more or less almost waiting for the final hour to see what is actually going on. The teams, they probably know, or they do know what strategy they are following and what their chances are probably. For us as outstanders, it's just more or less a bit of a waiting game at the moment to see what will happen.
Because it's so hard to know exactly how everything's going to play out with the different strategies and who's going to come and when and how long are the final pit stops going to be in the final hour and who's going to have to splash and dash and who can make it to the line, and all of these things is you get indicators, you get some teams are on strategies that will, with no hiccups along the way, work, you know, but that's saying exactly that, with no hiccups along the way. So we are left in that sort of, I wouldn't call it a waiting position, but it sort of also is, and for the teams as well to see where they are in the end. Of course, for a lot of the teams now, it's really it's crunch time as well. We have to try and see if you can put in a concerted effort to either gain a bit in terms of time to put yourself in a fighting position for the final of the race, or just to try and defend what you have against everybody else. Regardless, these final hours are some of the hardest mentally to do as well, and for a simple reason that fatigue is really starting to build. It's of course also a question of planning and so on, with maybe a few, just a single well-rested driver can do a big difference at a point like this in the race.
Yeah, I think Andy just had a look at the timing, and he said that the car currently leading, this one, Ricardo Freire, has to do probably 3 stops. And if you check on the Boutsen car, it's going to be 2 stops. And as you look at the gap, it's 1 minute 20, and a pit stop is about 1 minute 17 to 19, 18 sometimes, depends a little bit. So that could get close by the end of the race actually.
Yeah, and then the actual time lost is always a little bit less because you don't stand still, you do move through the pit lane and all that. So it's effectively, I would say, it's probably 1 minute and 5 to 1 minute and 10 seconds that is actually lost out there.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hugely interesting. If that holds true, then we're still very much in for a race.
Yeah.
And Boutsen still very much has to push as they are as well. And I think the reality of the situation might be surfacing for Anaj as well. But then again, it also comes down to just how long that extra pit stop for Anaj is then going to be, because if the gap is like this and they have to do a half-length pit stop, they'll come out with an advantage of 30 seconds. So it's gonna be interesting to see. We're gonna monitor the situation and try to make sense of it to the best of our abilities. Here, Visceral eSports from 3rd place. Looks like a relatively routine pit stop.
Yeah, I think a driver swap as well. And in the timing, I see also an issue for Tim de Hond, apparently.
That's true.
Looks like an... Oh. We have seen that before, actually. On the same spot. Yeah, okay. Everybody gets away without issues.
Yeah. And now then Erlin Kariskan, the Swede behind the wheel of this machine. They're sitting on a 2-minute advantage, though, to the Valkyrie car behind them there, so I don't... Barring any incidents, it's not going to be any immediate pressure to contend with from behind for the BLC 1 podium positions, but saying that, it's not going to take too much to make that happen.
Yeah, without the issues they had with their pit stop, those two would have been very close to each other still. The Valkyrie had some issues at a certain point, had to come back into pit lane, so otherwise they would have been very close to P3 as well. And also the leader in Belcar 3 is coming into pit lane. Koen Klopman at the moment into pit lane. And as we look at Yoma Racing, who are still in P3, but the Simworld.be car is now a lot closer, 11 seconds behind. Unfortunately, they had some issues as well. And it seems to be pit stop time in Belcar 3 at the moment. Also P2 is coming in, Stefan Verhofstadt doing a driver swap as well. Robbe Janssens is taking over.
But definitely one of the quieter moments of the race right now, without any real on-track closeness to get excited about. Saying that though, Visceral, the Valkyrie car behind, 44-second advantage. Though Visceral maybe with a slight advantage on the pit stops. And then the situation, of course, for the podium places in BLC 2. Still Valkyrie Excite looking very strong. And likely winners, I should say. Renzo Erlenbrook in second place. 12 seconds clear of Erin Baba at the moment. So a very strong stint it has been from Renzo Erlenbrook. And I think Jens Gosens has had a problem here.
Yeah.
Looks like the first of the chicanes just outbraking himself a bit, taking the safe option.
Which might result in a slowdown.
It certainly should result in not the worst of slowdowns. The more you slow down coming into it, the less it's going to affect you in that regard, obviously. But I'm thinking also about the incident points, and that you can't do that too many times before you'll be looking at a drive-through.
and I think that the Brab Porsche had some repairs actually. It's looking
Yeah, it certainly did.
it's looking like new, so maybe they took their fast repair.
That could be the case. It certainly has done wonders for how this car presents itself. That much is true. This battle here for third place, also one of the closest on track as we speak. Yoma Racing and SimWorld.be Rapid and their BMW M4s. It's been status quo since the disconnect, basically, of Yoma Racing and the pit stop of SimWorld BE Rapid. I think that happened more or less simultaneously. Indeed, they were both in on lap 768 last time around. So the gap when they came back on track was just under 12 seconds. Now it's 11.3. So impressive status quo material here. Two teams that are perfectly even on one another in terms of pace and consistency at the moment. And this over the last 2 hours and 45 minutes that remains of the race at the moment, this could turn out to be a battle of nerves in the end and about who can make the least mistakes, because any one mistake could settle that battle for the podium. And of course, SimWorld.be Rapid in the chasing position, they're the ones who really can't afford much.
Yeah, and it's also like for the Yoma team, it's also important to shake off the bad feeling you get when you have a disconnect like that. When you're driving in third place for quite a while, you just have to focus again. And indeed, it's a nerve game.
But I think they've done so. They've done so beautifully over the stint. That has to be said, because it's so easy to get caught up in that bad feeling, and they haven't. So good on them. Kuhn Kloppmann in the pits. I don't feel like it's that long ago, is it, that we saw them last time in?
No, I think that's a drive-through actually.
Yeah. Not be surprised, of course. With a fairly big advantage of, what is that, 2 and a bit laps?
Yeah, if I check here, then I can see a black flag. So that means that they had a drive-through, as they are now leaving a pit lane. So it's going to be probably like 35 seconds. Indeed it is. So that was a drive-through. But they have quite some margin. So nothing to stress about at the moment. I don't know if you have checked the weather recently.
No, but it does look like it's a little more cloudy, at least just from looking in the sim. Yes, indeed. Our eyes does not deceive us, and track temps are falling again. So we might just be coming full circle with the cloud cover. Becoming a little bit stronger, and as such, I think we'll be ending the race about where we started in terms of track temp. This is at least what it looks like for now. Could, of course, change, but I think for most of the drivers, this will be welcome in the sense that it's just that slight bit easier to handle and manage the tires, especially over the course of a long stint here. Pit stops for Simpact and Brab as well in BLC 1.
And it looks like the gap between Renzo Uilenbroek and Aaron Bauer is also stable at the moment, somewhere between 11 and 12 seconds.
Yeah, this is true. From a situation where they were pretty comfortably extending the gap, it looked like GTE. It's stabilized around these 12 seconds, but maybe just also because they're wanting to make sure that the strategy doesn't come back to haunt them at the end, and that clawing out just whatever time is needed to make sure they're on the positive side of this battle. And then just settling in to a rhythm where they're maybe just matching the car behind, saving the fuel, and trying to make sure that, as I said before, they're not beaten at the end by someone going a little bit longer and then clawing back that time on the final pit stop.
And it looks like they also have some clear track ahead at the moment.
Yeah, a rare occasion of some actual cleared track ahead of Remso Uilenbroek. It'll be a very good feeling for him to have, I think. And that's one of the reasons as well, if you're practicing for an event like this, most of the time it's really no use to just go around in a session by yourself. You might not consider it hot lapping, and it certainly isn't if you're doing fuel stints, but if you're on track all alone, you're going to be able to have a free choice of lines everywhere all the time, and more importantly, I think you're never going to be presented with the traffic situations that's going to arise under the race itself. And this is important because you really need to become familiar and become comfortable with the sort of, meeting car X at place Y on the track, and then figuring out how to handle that situation, because the dynamics, the classes in between are always a little bit different from racing different classes against each other. So if you're used to driving prototypes in another series and GTPs and contending with those kind of speed differences, everything is going to be a little bit different coming into the cars that are raced here in the virtual Belcar series. All of these things add up to something that for most drivers at least needs some building up in the practice weeks coming up to the race.
And looks like the leader is coming into pit lane. Ricardo Ferreira is going in for a pit stop, apparently. Yeah, there he is.
I think it's been his first stint, so yeah, expecting him to stay in the car, as is also evident. No driver change for them. Still a relatively comfortable advantage, but if what we're seeing now is the actual gap, then should also just pay attention to just where on track Hugo Bemelmans and the Bouts and VDS by undercut cars. Oh, it's going to be close. They're not rolling yet. They are going to be just about now. They are, yeah. Here we go. Ricardo Ferreira exiting the pits. Seen this. Cold tires now. It's time to show restraint. They will be ahead still. But it's certainly within
probably like
what
something
I'd call
like 10
fighting
10
range.
seconds. Oh, it's yeah.
About 10 seconds.
Yeah, 11 seconds. 10, yeah.
It always falls a bit. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 10 seconds at this point. Oh, the 42 with wheels on the grass. I think that was the 777. Valkyrie GT4 Mercedes. Was that the Valkyrie GT3? That's the Valkyrie GT3. I don't think that was it. Well, the 42 is here. That was indeed the 777. Now going to be lapped by both the bouncing car and the 32 dB RPM machine.
It will be interesting to see if they can close the gap on track at the moment.
They've showed over the course of the race, I think, that they do have the pace, they do have the speed, and that old Audi, compared to the Anage car, it's been in all the other aspects of this race through, you could say, through luck in some aspects. They did have those 20 seconds with a weird pit bug where the tires didn't get changed while they were fueling. Could also argue that those 20 seconds would have turned things on their head and put them with a 10 seconds advantage instead of a 10 seconds deficit. But that's ifs and buts, you know, and it's hard to argue for. And there are sometimes strong cases of ifs in endurance racing. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but in a race this long with so many different factors playing it, that has also been drive-throughs and a penalty here and there and small incidents and all that. Yeah, something. But then again, something has to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? So. I guess it wouldn't be wrong to look at, for instance, that pit issue early in the race and then conclude, if they are to finish second by 10 seconds, that was the deciding factor in the end. They would have been different maybe without it. But we'll have to see. Still just over 2.5 hours on the clock, so plenty of time, I'd say, for twists and turns in the tail. That is the 24 hours of Zolder 2023, of course, the final round and season decider of the virtual Belcar. Yes, smoke up ahead, right? Or what?
Yeah, I was looking at the lap times and the gaps, and it looks like the GTE car maximized on the time they had with a clear track, because they pulled away. They gained another 4 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I think they've reached the point also where they can do it in a relatively comfortable manner, without having to take risks, and just seeing that the base pace of the car is perhaps just that little bit better at the moment for Renzo Erlenbrook. Also GTE Racing, very experienced team, especially with this Porsche Cup car. They've been running it for a few seasons now in the virtual Belcar, and of course a team that also draws on the experiences of running in real life. And is it with the Porsche Cup car as well, Ronald, in real life, that these drivers are racing?
Yes, but I should check with Andy if it's exactly the same. I'm not sure, because there's also some BOP stuff in the real Belcar as well. But I will check with Andy.
Oh, yeah, but so to a large extent, it's the same car more or less, right? So it's just to say, It's a team that has a pretty vast amount of experience with the machine. Also says a bit about the level of the Valkyrie car this entire season. Because GTE has been good, but no one in the field has been able to really do much about that Valkyrie car up ahead. Boucher is gaining on the race leaders, interestingly, and by a fair margin, 0.8 of a second over the final, or not the final lap, but the last lap that we had them do. And of course, easily could come down to traffic, that just being it. But it's been a tendency of the Boucher car to just, at least seemingly, to have that extra potential. Been the quickest through all the sessions. Took pole position as well.
And I checked with Andy, indeed, in Belcar, in the real Belcar, the Porsches are also Cup cars and also the 992 version. And they are actually more or less the base. And then the Audi and also the Lambo got an adjustment by BOP to be more or less leveled actually with the Cup cars. So yeah, a Porsche can definitely win races as well. Yeah, so Andy could confirm that they won. It was 2 races, a Cup car, a Porsche Cup won.
So that's sort of like the BOP that was run as well.
4 out of 5 races even.
A few seasons back. Last season, or was it 2 seasons ago? I think two seasons ago, maybe even. I do remember us having sort of the same, the BOP wise, for the first season of running the GT3 cars.
Correct.
In the top class. Before that, it was the Radicals. Now there is a new Radical in iRacing.
Yeah.
Of course, it doesn't run in the actual Belcar series, but it would make for some great viewing amidst these cars here. That I think would be my take on it. I saw a mention of LMP3s from Kevin Deckers, and that would be fun too.
Yeah, indeed, but that would be more like a WEC kind of type thing. So
that's like the ELMS European Le Mans series.
If it's virtual Belcar, there has to be some resemblance at least. And in iRacing, you don't have all the types of cars because, like in the 24 hours of Zolder, you also have, if I'm not mistaken, like an Abarth is driving there as well. You have Clios, so it's a bit of a mix. Even a larger mix than the current virtual version, with even bigger speed differences actually.
Yeah.
So there was some people said from, it's like with the TCR and it's the speed difference is big, and well, in real life the speed differences are even bigger.
At the Nürburgring, I mean, at VLN races and Nordschleife and stuff. Maybe talk about speed difference there when you got a GT3 coming up to lap the good old Manta.
The Manta, indeed, yeah.
And stuff like that, the Dacia or whatever in the lower classes. So that's definitely. I mean, it is true that big speed differentials can be tricky, but it's a dynamic that you can learn it. I'm not saying it's easy. It's usually quite the opposite. But I was thinking actually with the increased car count limit in iRacing nowadays, it would actually be possible to have such a field maybe for next year's 24 Hours of Zolder.
Yeah, I think you can have is it 12 already or something?
12 cars, exactly.
12 cars,
we could see something like the Clio is in and some other cars that could make this race even more special, I guess, in terms of what the spectacle is like to see as well, and for the drivers to take part in.
Yeah, and then we have to have we need to find also some real drivers that don't have to drive a GT3 to have some great racing experiences. Actually, in most of the time, people want to drive like the really fast cars, but for me, I'm an old guy, of course, so I like driving things like the Mazda, for instance, because the racing is great. Oh, another spinner. Held the brakes, good.
Oh, it's had a touch
Oh,
to
and
the rear as well,
somewhere, yeah, what was it? I don't think it was this time, no?
No, I don't think either. This was all itself, but they had all those repairs done. I think it was by use of a fast repair.
Yeah.
But the clean silhouette of the car, I'm afraid, is no more.
No. I'm not sure when it happened, because on the timing or on the incident report list, there's nothing showing up actually for them. So
No, but the problem is that if all cars remain on
the
track
same,
and nobody comes
yeah.
to a halt, then all of these small touches and stuff isn't going to show for us like that. So
yeah.
there can be a lot of things like that happening under the radar that we don't have much chance of finding out about.
Yeah, that's also a reason why people can file a protest during the race as well, because yeah, indeed, some stuff doesn't pop up on the timing software. But they can always file a protest, and then race control will have a look at it. Oh no, it was the touch came from the spin, so they spun, the car was straight, and then there was a tap. Look, yeah. So there was nothing going on before they spun. I could check a different angle actually on the race control, and now there was a touch. Did you see it? The bumper just popped in a bit at the moment. There was
I was muted.
again.
But it's true. I heard that touch as well. There was the number 7 DPRM.
Yeah.
DBRPM.
Just a
tricolore car. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we've had another issue for the. Oh, this is the 484 with the badly angled bump. Oh,
Yeah.
just about stops.
That's a move we have seen before, also by other drivers in the same spot.
But just to round off the idea of adding, you could call it sort of trying to see if it's possible to add all of the different or representatives of all the different cups that are run. So with the cars from the Skylimit Sprint Cup, are some of those not running in the virtual Belcar? From the Sprint Cup, and then from the Clio Cup as well.
Yeah, there are definitely some options there. But yeah, it was already hard to fill the TCR class. We had like only, I think, 3 or 4 cars maybe, and then they didn't always show up all the time. So now, yeah, some people didn't want to be in the slowest class, but yeah, because we don't have any TCRs anymore now, the GT4 is the slowest class. So yeah.
And even GT4 and TCR was always sort of close on pace, right?
They have, yeah, the TCR is also quick. Oh, there was a Viraco car in the gravel. Oh, that's also something we have seen a few times before.
Yeah, but those bumps were the underside of a car like this, I suppose, is relatively well protected. Some cars in iRacing especially back in the days, were notoriously fragile, especially with the engine.
Yeah.
So
Especially,
the LMP2, for instance.
I think, yeah, and also the TCRs. I've seen TCRs blowing up their engine just by hitting the curb way too hard, actually.
Yeah. Not really sure if it's a thing for the GT3s as well, but they would want to avoid that with all their might.
Yeah, you always risk to have suspension damage as well. And during the night shift, me and Andy were doing some commentating as well, and then we also discussed the way they attack some of the curbs. If you do that in real life a few times, then the car is probably going to be broken. And I've seen it in real life happen, that somebody just jumped over the curbs every lap, and then at a certain point, yeah, the oil was running out of the cars. So you don't do that in real life without consequences.
No, it is true. It's one of the places where the damage simulation of iRacing is maybe a little bit limited in terms of being able to physically sort of simulate every little part of the car, every little nut, bolt, wire, all of these things, fluid containers and whatnot. So many things that could go wrong. And while it would be an interesting thing to have simulated somehow, it's also I would be at a loss to just how they would have to do it.
Yeah.
But I've found myself thinking about it actually on more than one occasion that I'd actually like to see it, both as a driver, but especially as a commentator, of course, because it would give that edge of realism to things, and also just to let there be a bit of a penalty for being too aggressive. Maybe more so a bit to be gained for being careful with the car over the distance of a long race. Or maybe they just need to get it completely right with the suspension strength and so on at some point. But I probably also think a lot of, like on the general side of iRacing, you could imagine a lot of people complaining all of a sudden that they can't hit the curbs without the car braking, and that's going to be super annoying and blah, blah, blah. I remember Chess also being a strong fan of at least adding in the possibility of altogether removing the toe option.
Yeah, getting stuck in the gravel and stuff like that.
Yeah, you lose a wheel on track, you can't get it back, you're out, right? I mean, that's it. And while it would make things very interesting in certain cars, and for a series like this, and for any race, a bit of a contact there between the Valkyrie BLC1 machine and one of the ART sim racing cars. I don't know which of them it was. It's the 12 machine I can see now. So the car of Philip Hammer. That wasn't what I meant when I said it was Hammer time and he got in the car. So a bit of a misunderstanding there.
And as we look at BLC1, at the moment there's only a 4-second gap between P1 and P2.
Oh.
And yeah, this is also close. But Hugo Bemelmans is closing in on Ricardo Ferreira in BLC1 as well.
That's true. That gap has come right down from being quite comfortable. I have no idea what happened here, honestly. I have not been paying enough attention. It was 10 seconds. We saw it fall to 8, so I guess it's not from out of nowhere. I want to give it a bit of thought. But still, I'm surprised to see it having fallen by that much. On pit lap, they're separated by 19 laps now. And that means Ricardo Ferreira, having had the last pit stop of a Nash competition 19 laps later than the Bowser car. But so what that'll mean on the long run of events, I'm not quite sure. It's still very much a book that hasn't really had its ending written yet. The lead battle in BLC 1. Roger Christiansen having just hopped into the car here for Valkyrie, the 877, and expecting pit stops soon for both GTE Racing and DBRPM.
Yeah, and in front, there's now only 3 seconds between Arnage and Bouten. There is some traffic in between.
I'll take this opportunity to just leave us on board with Hugo Bemelmans for just a minute or two as I go and stack up on my drinks. As you definitely don't want to run out of stuff to drink when you're talking and then doing some more talking. So we'll leave it like this for a short moment. Of course, do feel free to keep on talking, Ronald, unless you take the chance to do exactly what I'm going to do.
I'm going to do exactly the same, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a good plan, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to be back in just a minute or two. Do be staying put and don't go too far away. I'll see you in a bit. So, quick break shall remain quick. And we're back. Anash now back into second place. We had a change for the lead. That's Hugo Bemelmans. I think you will all have seen it on board. Here it is from the outside through turns 2 and 3. Muscling on through. And that is a wise decision, I think, to get the overtake done immediately, because they really won't have the time to sit around, given that I think Ricardo Fanera and Anash competition might have a little bit of a gain to be had in the pit stop department, as things will stand in the end. So, without being sure, we just have to see how that continues to develop. We've also had pit stops. BLC2 Renzo Eulenbrook just rejoining track. DBRPM, for some reason, even with the pit stop, the timing tower was quite wrong there. It's at a minute and a half. Didn't get any real sense out of that, because it wasn't. It's now 25 seconds, but it has to be said, GTE Racing is making pretty short work of that battle. And now that they're on a strategy that is closer to what you would expect to be what the lead car is running, at least in terms of being level as we would see them on the line, most probably. It's about 55 seconds from the 99 to the leading 877 Valkyrie machine. I want to see this one on board again here. Oh, no, not this one. Oh, my apologies. A bit of a misclick. Hugo Bemelmans here, yes, but what I actually wanted to see was this, and then this. So on board with Ricardo Ferreira. On the inside, you can just hear it. You don't see anything. Oh, just about enough room was left there. Not much more than that. And it's as if it tries to tease him into trying to do it as well. Coming out of the corner. But not really the pace and impetus. And now the Bautzen car who clears the 4th place Valkyrie X-Type competition machine of Jonathan Poulet, managing to squeeze it in between himself and Ricardo Ferreira. That'll be a useful way of making it a little bit easier, perhaps at least for a few moments, just thaw that little bit of an advantage out. More importantly, maybe enough to break the slipstream between the two cars. So, not having said too much, it's now 1.3 seconds. And Bemelmans has a clear track ahead. Jonathan Poulet, actually, I think while we were away here, had a bit of an off-track moment. Oh, that's... I'm not sure if that was while on point for while we were away. When is this? Chris Flowers comes into the pits. There's the overtake. I did not see this. This is... Oh, you can't really fault the 17 for that one, but and then he defends it against... Quite sure about that. He's still ahead of Ricardo Ferreira. I would not really see a reason for this. This Valkyrie car is... What is that? 6, 7 laps down? I think it's 7. 6. It's 5, it's 6, it must be 6. It's maybe 7. Lord knows, but it's a lot. It's enough that it's 6 on the cusp of 7, probably the right thing. Anyways, is it about time they just sort of give up this track position? Or do they have the pace to just sit there? Because it's certainly allowing an easier time for the Bautzen car up ahead to be clawing out the advantage. Or maybe cooler heads shall prevail. We haven't really seen a reaction so far from Ricardo Ferreira. No flashing, no... doesn't mean there isn't one, it just means that we aren't seeing it. That's all I'm saying here. But, jokes aside, there's a bit of blinking going on as well, at least on my screen. This might be... Yeah. iRacing drive shafts are bulletproof. Nowadays they are. They haven't always been, but it certainly seems like they could do with some of the slight fragility of older times, at least when it regards the engine. Because while curbs often don't break suspensions as such, there are times where we have a very small contact with a wall or another car, and it's just at the wrong angle, and end up with your steering bent, and that is some of the most frustrating damage you can run into. Pit stop for Hugo Bemelmans and the race leaders as they were coming in. Now, of course, on Ars Competition, jumping back into the race lead is 2 hours and 3 minutes remaining. Into pit booth. And let's see, expecting a normal pit stop here for Hugo Bemelmans. We have Martin Deckens. And driver change for Firaco with Ben Thanes taking over. Just taking a glance at the timing tower. Impressive stat quo situation between Yoma Racing and SimWorld BE Rapid, who's in the picture at the moment now, driven by Jeroen Vatnet. And further down as well, there is a bit of a battle between the Digitrax car RD Simsport and Vestor Motorsports. It's 9th, 10th, and 11th. They're not on exactly the same strategy. There's actually a bit of a skewer between all of them. So there might be differences that we haven't accounted for, seeing them on track towards the end of the race. But as it stands, it's 3 cars within about 25 seconds. With Digitrax and Glenn Trundelaers, then Nils Teesters for ID Simsport and Kevin van der Wielen in the Vestor Motorsports Porsche Cayman. But of course, with the gaps being as they are here, it would still take a little bit of time for this to really develop. Also, we've had some driver changes in BLC2, at least one from what I can see. There are more. Abel Koer is back in Brab. And then Raf Reinders for ART Sim Racing. So now the Dutchman against the German. 14.3 seconds separate these two cars, but ART Sim Racing 2 still also with a pit stop to do, so could be the 11 car. It's just gonna finish ahead of the 12 as we creep towards the final 2 hours of the race. It's gonna be tensing up for the next hour, then that final hour. Well, I'm not going to make any wild predictions, but it certainly wouldn't be the first time we've seen fireworks in the final hour of a 24-hour race here at Zolder. So just a friendly bit of advice to keep your eyes peeled to the action. Make sure you don't miss a beat. And indeed, that should also make it so that it's indeed a single pit stop. Indeed, should be one for your bingo cards as well, Thomas. I do say that a lot, maybe too much as well. I'm laughing because I just stopped myself from uttering the unmentionable yet again. However. It is going to be 2 stops for Belcar. That means 1 more stop, I would suppose now. They should be able to run this car to the line. But those 20 extra laps are also going to mean that Ricardo Ferreira is going to have a considerably shorter pit stop for the final stint. So, yeah, we're going to see issues for Magnus Nielsen here. Oh, gets a wobble, gets a double wobble. And in the end, he keeps it out of trouble. And lets it stay at scary, nothing more than that. Belcar immediately quick after their pit stop, at least on the lap before this one. It's always hard to judge with all the traffic to take into consideration, but and Ash as well, they have 2 cards, or 2 ways they can play their cards now. They could go as long as possible on the first part of the, 2 final stints that remain for them as well. They could also shorten both of them to sort of spread out the advantage a little bit. And it's, of course, with pros and cons to both strategies. 28-8. I think, that was a bit of a bounce from, was that the 100 or the 101 BMW? And it was one of them at least. Is Rune Bobers in the 101. 8th place for them it is at the moment. Yeah. Also been a race with its ups and downs for an Ash competition light. While their sister car has taken a familiar position at the head of the class. And Kuhn Klubman, I think, has been in for quite some time now. They might have seen... they might have seen the bingo plate and wanted to give no joy to any of us. Now, I don't know how they got through the night, so I might be risking it on this one. But at least throughout the morning and noon hours here, early afternoon as it is now, we've seen quite a lot of Kuhn Klubman. Jonathan Belcar in for Squadra Veloce. Car behind, that's Jens Goossens. He's also in for Eagle Speed Academy. That's the 485. So they are pretty close on strategy. It would be safe to say this is the battle for 6th place, of course, in BLC 3. And just to sign on Jelle Verstraeten's comment here, and I think, of course, it originates with a comment from Thomas, as ever so often is the case. And we spoke about it as well, Ronald and I, earlier, that if it's possible to sort of gather that kind of numbers, that we could have a field with a mixed Clio and Grady 6 class as BLC 4, the TCRs back as well, would make for a spectacle like nothing we've ever seen on this track in terms of both numbers of cars, but also the traffic management altogether would be a wholly different experience. And in my mind, that just makes things more interesting. But that's like adding more coupled sectors to a cycling classic. I'd be all for it. Or adding mountains to a mountain stage, as long as I don't have to ride them myself. Not saying I don't enjoy riding in the mountains, but the enjoyable part of it comes when you're at the top and you have to go down again. That's good. The part before that is just known as suffering. Oh, good club, man. Having a 90s rap video moment there. Truly sitting on two wheels for a second. But not leaving the track, so it can hardly take us back to see it again. That was maybe a little closer than they would have liked it. And a friendly reminder to all the teams out there to just stay on their toes in these final 2 hours. And especially for the teams that have been staying clear of mistakes, and now is certainly not the time to make them. And of course, this they know well, but can't help but feel empathetic with what some of the teams go through of heartbreak. But then again, as a friend of mine said at some point as well, it's sometimes more fun to have a good race and then have that unravel at the end than to be struck by bad luck early and then just have that. Sometimes you get that continuous flow of issues throughout a race that can just say put a damper on spirits in a team. Hugo Bemelman's no longer, seemingly at least, able to claw back time on an Arch competition, at least not right now as it stands. And one of the advantages for an Arch of cutting the final stint into 2 even bits instead of having a full stint and then a half would of course be that overall maybe the time that they're running a relatively lighter car to Belgium would be perhaps increased a bit. But then again, con to that would be that the advantage is a little bit less for a final part of the race. So pit stop as well for Visceral now. Just looking at the gaps down through, it's still a few battles that I would call open around on track. Good work yet again on this stint. He did a super opening stint for the noon here. Opening stint, it would be hard to call it 20 hours into the race or so. But his stint coming into this one, the stint he did before this one, Renzo Erlenbrook, was very, very, very good. And I can only say the same couple of words about the follow-up. Sometimes they say the follow-up to something great is the hardest part, but he's done it here and continually clawing back on Valkyrie as well. I'm not saying it's going to be enough, but they're giving themselves something to hold on to in this part of the race. GTE Racing by Seenham. Certainly, it's they're going down swinging here. Not saying going down, but saying that of a car sitting now relatively comfortably in second place and attacking for first. There isn't really too much to be critical of in that regard. They fought back from things earlier in this race as well. And there'll be 32 different stories from the 32 different teams on the grid of this year's edition come the end of the race. And they will all be long and intricate with challenges along the way, ups and downs.
Yeah.
You could write a 32-part book on it.
Yeah, and probably also some from, it's always the other drivers, never me. That's probably something that's in some of the stories that will appear as well. I'm quite sure about that.
You know, Ronald,
there's also a nice battle
sorry.
going. Yeah, sorry for. There's also a battle going on between Stefan Le Guin and Rune Bobbaerts. Yes, indeed, you are quick with the cameras, Hasse. They are close to each other. But you wanted to say something else as well?
Yeah, I was just about to pull out an old overused saying that there are two perspectives to everything, and the truth is somewhere in between them.
Indeed.
And I think for sim racing related incidents, that's often very true as well.
Yeah.
But it's. I usually say you shouldn't say too much until you've seen the replay.
Yeah.
But people see the replay sometimes and they can say some ridiculous things anyway. It's not to any specific relation to anything in this race, of course.
No.
I haven't seen what people are saying anyway, so I wouldn't know. But but just as a general thing in the whole.
It's I've said this before also in I think in briefings and on Discord and also in some of the other live streams as well. Like first thing I always do is when something happens and when I'm in my sim rig racing and something happens, I always yell at the other driver, and then I shut up, look at the replay, and think to myself, oh, yeah, there was. I had my part in that incident as well, actually. So yeah, but the first reaction is always to point with the finger to the other car. But if, like you said, always check the replay because you could be surprised how many times you could have avoided the stuff yourself.
And that's a very good part. That's quite the save.
Yes.
He really needs to calm down. He just had a huge moment a second ago, and now another one. And I don't think third time is necessarily going to be the charm if he keeps on pushing that hard. I don't know if it's because the rears are overheating. Seems like the light is coming through a little bit stronger, so we'll just have a look at the track conditions again. To keep ourselves.
Yeah, it's back up.
Well, with experience comes experience.
Yes.
And 33 degrees now, the highest we have seen. I'm not saying it couldn't have been higher at some point. I'm just saying that's the highest
we have checked.
Seen it be. Yeah. So it's going up and down. And for me, when racing myself, I think these kind of conditions are sometimes the hardest of dry conditions to sort of get your head around when trying to plan for stints. If you're trying to figure out whether the tires are going to be able to hold out for
a move.
Double extra little fuel that you need in the final bits. You see Rune Bobbaerts, he's quick here. But sometimes with quickness comes risk, and we just saw those two moments on the last couple of laps for him. Does seem to have gotten his composure back.
Yeah, and also Stefan Le Guin is holding his position nicely at the moment.
Yeah, there's it looked like a little much, but it was just the angle for me.
Yeah, it was the camera
got the excitement running.
Yeah.
But as you're saying, Stefan Le Guin actually defending very well and making sure that he's not exposing himself. He might be a tad bit slower, but if you just make sure that time, whatever time is to be gained on the corner entrances, then if your exits are good enough, then that car behind is just going to be sitting there and it's going to be held up, but it's not going to be able to do much about it. And this is sort of what it looks like right now. Rune Bobbaerts needs some kind of small mistake, or maybe just to size up where he can get that move done. Saying that, I should take a look at the pit stops as well. And he'll be the first of them to have to pit as well for the final time. So, or at least what I'm expecting to be the for the final time. Can't say that with any real certainty. But Rune Babars then with a lighter car, maybe slightly more worn tires as well. And it's not the first BMW we've seen get loose on corner exits. It's been a recurring issue for I think quite a number of the teams.
Also hard over the curve on the outside. Yeah, and at the moment it's a battle on track, but if we have a look at the pit stop, there is also some difference between them as well, a few laps, so they do indeed need to come into pit, as you say, Hasse, correctly.
Behind them, I think Magnus Nielsen in the Simpact car is on his third consecutive stint here.
And he's coming into pit lane.
Yeah, so expecting that to be a driver change for Simpact. Babers is quite a lot closer now, so he's been sizing up Stefan Legang. He's going to go for it into turn 1 here. But
then
hanging
you
on
lose so
nicely.
much, you lose so much momentum at that point.
Looks like he might be a little too aggressive on the steering input if that's the case, because you should be able to maintain the speed. But if you're overdriving the car, that's going to scrub that speed right off.
Yeah.
And Stefan Legang again with some, not overly aggressive defending at all, but he just defends very intelligently and manages to stay in front here. It's
and he's,
really
he's
good
not impressed. He's just doing his stuff, keeping his lines, and not worry too much about the car that's behind him.
Might have Shania Twain going in the car stereo at the moment. He'll be telling him, oh, so you have the look, but do you have the touch?
Yeah.
And this seems to be the question coming to the end of it. Because indeed, it does not impress him much. It seems I'm back into the flow of the puns. Sometimes things happen. I'm not going to mention anything specifically here, but I think you can all put 2 and 2 together. That sort of kills a vibe for a moment or something like that, and then you get back into it with time, and then all of a sudden the puns come rolling out the arm sleeves, and it's all good again. We have had a problem here though for Loris Pascucci all by himself, but a good save.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be good for the tires though. We've seen it a few times with the GT4s with some incredible looking saves. But really heating them up, and with the track being as hot as it is, I've mentioned that before as well, that could put you into troubled territory. At the moment, these two with a fair distance, 2 closest cars on track. Babers was not too keen on the 12 car, going for it through the chicane. And you can see why, because he really got held up as well on the exit as the ART sim racing car ahead got, well, let's just say not the best run chicane. But then it's it's Stefan Legang's turn to get ever so slightly held up, and then traffic giveth and taketh away,
as
and
it was before.
Yes, it's back to square one again. And it's sometimes a hugely frustrating feeling as a driver, having put in all the work to get rid of a threat from behind and to clear the slipstream for the car behind, and make sure that now we can just sort of concentrate on doing our own thing, and then something happens in traffic that just clicks Control Z on everything you've just done, and there is no Control R to redo it, and that's
it looks
Apple
like
Court, I'm afraid that's not a problem. Yeah, exactly. The Brab 81 car.
Oh, at the same. Oh,
how? Why? How? At that point, that looked really weird. We need an onboard.
It's quite
here,
late in the corner of. Yeah. Okay.
This makes a little bit more sense, but
Yes.
couldn't really see it well from the camera angle before.
Just a wheel in the dirt, and around he went.
But seemed a little unnecessary because he actually had the car straightened.
Yeah.
And then chose to use and maximize track space. And as we know, comes with a little bit of risks here. Stefan Legan will know this as well, as he just dips a single wheel on. Too wide through the hairpin there. That's not gonna be to Rune Barber's liking at all. Especially, seemingly, it's gonna be out of reach for the 7 car to get past on the 446 ahead. And indeed, it's going to be on the start-finish straight. So at no price, at no real cost to Stefan Legan. This is really the thing about traffic. If you can just hold up a car that, another car, and then the timing becomes that they hit it at a certain point, it's some real wizardry.
Yeah.
But I've seen it work, and I've seen people, heard people talk about it as well, because it is an actual thing. Ricardo Ferreira into the pits with 1 hour and 40 minutes left.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be interesting whether or not the Belgian car, who's in some thick traffic at the moment, and in behind the number 3 Marshmallow machine. DBRPM, is he gonna try to send it? No, he's not. And that would have been
a disaster.
Forceful. Yeah, that probably wouldn't have worked anyway, unless the Marshmallow car would have been completely in on it and really just said, yeah, okay, there you go. But it's not always that you can expect that to be the case.
If you checked before, the number 3 Cup car was actually quite patient as well when they were overtaking the GT4s. He was really waiting for the straights to do an overtake. So
the problem being in the BLC ones on the BLC 2s, they can't really do that in the same way. And just wait for the straights. They have to do it in the braking zones.
Yeah.
So that always builds in. It's a built-in risk, you could say, between those two classes and the dynamics of those two cars. David Toth now in the car for an arch, and he taps the Vesno Porsche on pit exit.
Yeah, that means that at the moment it's Hugo Bemelmans leading the race just in front of Arnage competition.
Yeah. That is a very good point. The pass was made as the Arnage competition car was exiting the pits. But now this traffic that was just cleared by Belgium is going to definitely help take the seconds by, and it's, dare I say, the worst kind of traffic, the ones that almost move as quickly as yourself. It costs time, but it's so hard to clear compared to the much slower classes, which that's just press the loud pedal once and you're past. This is a little bit of a different ballpark. I'm thinking especially about the 42 Brab Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, he'll get a blue flag.
He'll get a proper blue flag
yeah.
for this one. Yeah, that's true. Drive-through? I think that's a drive-through. Yes, because obviously they had that little bit of a contact.
Yeah. By leaving pit, there was indeed a little bit of contact, and that's indeed a drive-through.
It have been heavy enough to they had, when we heard about 18 incident points, right? So we're gonna just check that on board here with David Toth as he leaves pit lane.
Yeah.
And then keep notice on the left-hand side of the screen for what we can and cannot see.
Oh,
There, it's a relatively large hit, but it actually looks a little bit more, to be fair on David Tuth, that it looks a
yeah, he
bit
kept
more
the
like
line. Yeah, I think
he
it's...
kept very much to the inside. It looked like someone turned into him. And if that's what's gonna cost it, now they're half a minute down on Bootsit, so yet again the tables turn, and what we have left to see is whether that will be the last turn of the tables, or whether it's more like a DJ in the mix, where the tables turn 33 times a minute. An interesting one. The story develops, and we're just over an hour and a half from the checkered flag here, Ronald. So my hopes of going over to Ronald for a moment evaporate as it dawns upon me that, of course, they're discussing and looking back over that incident with the rest of race control. That might just be it. And of course, this could be what ends up deciding it, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Those 28 seconds, if they can keep the advantage alive, Butcher, then this is certainly going to be... Oh, sorry, a bit of a cough. But it's certainly going to make it all the more interesting here at the end of the race. And good to see that now that something should happen, and at least it's something that makes things more exciting and not the other way around. We had the driver change for Simpact as well. I'm afraid there had been an issue of some sort for Maarten van Rooijbeek, because he was just in the car for, what, 7 laps or so, and then got back out, maybe to make sure they have the drive time set, maybe to get a short stint out of the way. Maybe technical issues. That's probably more of an explanation, because there's no real way you would want to do that if there's some kind of way to get around it at this point of the race. It's been swinging about 11 and 13 seconds, by the way, in the battle between Yoma Racing and SimWorld.be Rapid for hours and hours now, and it's still doing the very same thing. Just a lap in between their pit stops. Mind you, David Tuth and his, I believe it's his pro license. 9.3 KI rating. That is certainly impressive. So DBRPM did have an iRacing that just froze, yeah. That does explain the bad luck. And impressive to be within a shout of the cars in front, even in a situation like this. But it's certainly spread out. It's a minute and a half, more or less, to Valkyrie and the lead. It's just shy of 40 seconds up to GTE Racing. Monster stint, I must agree as well, with Maxime Vandenhove. Teammate, of course, of Renzo Erlenbroek, but it doesn't make it any less true. It has been a monster stint for the 99 car. Still able to claw back bits and bobs here and there. Looks to me like we could see the track temp falling again now. Yeah, that is certainly the case as well. As you see the cloud cover going in over the track. And then at some point it leaves. You can pretty clearly see it in the lighting as well around the tracks when it tends to go up or down. And it's not a huge window of variation in terms of track temp, but it is there. Might make that little difference, that little bit of a difference in the end. So, as it stands, an hour and a half remaining on the clock. Bouts of VDS by undercut, and the 17 car leads after the drive-through penalty for David Toth after being bumped by didn't actually see what car it was, but there was a slight bump. I think that cost an incident point or two, and that was enough to give them their first drive-through penalty of the race, the number one car, the Enhanced Competition GT3, after 22 and a half hours, or almost, very close to, and that's put them 28 seconds down on the race lead. So with catching up to do, but presumably as well with a noticeably shorter final pit stop to do. That, of course, presents a new challenge to them, because is it going to make sense for them to change their tires or not? And if, I mean, I have no clue how the figures are on the track and whether it's going to be possible or not, but I'm not quite certain that the fueling at least is going to be long enough for them to take a full set. However, it might just be that it's only a small loss of time, and I think that small loss of time would be worth it against having old worn tires. And then on the other hand, there's so much traffic as well that sometimes it's really difficult to really make use of those fresh tires and to really gain a lot from it. So it's again, as with most other things in a race like this, there are really so many pros and cons to the different strategy calls to weigh in that it's sometimes hard to know exactly where the decision ends up being made by the teams. Of course, they know a bit more than we do in the comms booth, so rightfully so they should. But nonetheless, it is a complicated matter. I'm going to pass here in the pits as Glenn Groendelaars has now been passed by Nils Teesters. Bruno Melis is on his way, but I'm afraid Vestor Motorsport has lost time as well. I'm just going to check the... just a second. I'm just going to check if there's any race control noting any penalties. No, and there hasn't been since 10:30. So, you know what lost them the time? Certainly nothing to show for it on their last pit stop. It might just be that it's whatever time they lost, more or less on track. We'll have to see. We'll just have to see. Still just following Jeroen Vatlet around, trying to chase down Michael van Loek in the Yoma Racing BMW ahead of him. This is the battle that hasn't really gone anywhere for a number of hours now. Been 11, 12, 13, 12 seconds swinging back and forth, but never really going outside of those markers there, and impressively so that these two teams across several of their drivers, I think, as well, just having been so closely met. I think something coming through, maybe from race control now, so we'll get to see just what that is. Might be relating to the small contact we saw David Toth here in an Irish competition have on the pit exit. So the 677 gets the 30-second stop and go, not respecting blue flags, and for causing a collision as well. So that is the Valkyrie X-Type GT4 car here. They're a long way back on Jeroen Vatlet. But the 30-second stop and go, that is going to put them right, I think, into the clutches, more or less, of Squadra Veloce. That's going to be a close call to whether they're going to lose 5th place or not. But in any case, it's going to be close. And I don't know whether they were the ones to have the contact there with David Toth as he came out the pits. We might just be able to look back just to see who it was. Again, scouting for a good angle at it here. And this one is going to tell a pretty good story. Oh,
but
this the Vestor Porsche, yeah.
Yeah, the replay is not doing a good job at the moment, unfortunately.
Well, it was the Vestor Porsche, I think, that had that contact with the number 1 car on pit exit.
Yeah, the 677, the 677 got a stop and go for not respecting blue flags and having and causing a goal. Yeah, it was when they were like 5 or 6 laps down, I believe, and then we had the undercut car and also the.
Yeah, they were in between there for a long time and sort of defending.
And there was also contact with the undercut car, and that was completely unnecessary. They just should have lift off before the chicane, and they just shoot into the chicane, overshoot the corner actually, and caused collision as well. So that's why they received a penalty.
So yes, indeed, this is a while back, but we did actually also see this on the stream. So looks to be in its place, really. It's not gonna matter too much for the Valkyrie car. There's still over 2 laps clear of Sim Formula Europe behind. And that pit exit is though a tricky place with regards to with regards to incidents and such, and especially in situations of tight traffic, as we're also seeing in that particular moment. So this is really just to think what happens, but unfortunate for the number one nonetheless. That advantage very steady at the moment. It's gone down, but by half a second over the course of 5-10 minutes or so. So it's certainly not coming down quickly enough. At least that's what I think. It's what an Irish competition is going to be feeling. It's going to be opposite opinions in the Bautzen camp. It's also Hugo Bemelman's here just had some traffic of his own. We'll be leaving on just a short one to fill up on coffee for the final hour of the race. So we'll stay on board with David Toth on the quest to claw back time on the Bautzen VDS by undercut car with an hour and 15 minutes remaining. This is where it all starts to really heat up. The truly decisive moments of the race are ahead of us, and that is risk-taking by David Toth, who takes all the track he can and then a little extra without breaking the limits of traction. Still mighty impressive. The gap is coming down a little bit. Anyways, I'll just go fill up the coffee. It'll be a minute or two, and I'll be back just short. So back from mission coffee fill. The mission has successfully been completed. And the gap has actually grown a little bit, we can see, since I left, at least. So status quo has fallen upon the two lead cars, at least for now it seems. However, this for the first time has started to change a little bit, and Jeroen Wadlet has clawed back time on Michael van Loek. Been just a few seconds, it's 9 seconds now. Pit stop for Joffrey Roelands. And that's Eagle Speed Academy eSports, the 484 car. And pit stop time for the 877 Valkyrie car. As we can see, it's Roger Christiansen leaving the car to Max Humbert. But it's an upcoming pit stop for GT Racing in not too long. It's rather the DB RPM car, so don't expect it to be an actual change of position. 7 minutes we are from the final hour, so still the tension is building. It's come down a little more here for David Toth against Hugo Bemelmans and the Boucher VDS by undercut car. It's swinging in 20 seconds, 26, 27 seconds. Yeah, just going up and down as the traffic tends to ebb and flow. And here comes the pit stop for Michael van Loek. But again, simworld.be Rapid is probably not going to be too far away from their stop. However, we're well into the sort of pit window for the final stops for these BLC3 cars. So potentially some of the time that they are behind could indeed be gained back if they can run enough laps over and have a comparably shorter pit stop, maybe paired with a bit of traffic working in their direction. It's a driver change as well, so Brian Timmermans in for Yoma Racing. I'm trying to keep a good look at the pit time. So a normal stop is 57 to 58 seconds stationary. And then we'll see if this is going to be any different. Doesn't look like it to me. It's a full stop for Yoma Racing and Brian Timmermans. Now 5 minutes. There's been an issue, I'm afraid, for Jan Biersmans. That's the 42 Brab Lamborghini. And something was off there with the connection or how the sim was rendering things or whatever just happened. It tends to do sometimes, at least on my screen. Don't know if Ronald saw the same, so that's always a little bit weird when it's his screen being streamed and not mine, so I might see something else. Just at least slightly else in some situations, but we're still looking at the same race, the same cars, but all the connection issues that can happen, it's not always that we'll see synchronized blinking, for instance. Anyways, that's a digression of sorts, and just rejoining the battle for 9th place in BLC 3. Because Nils Teasters and RD Simsports is 7.5 seconds clear of the Digitrax racing team. There is the RD Simsports Mercedes, so in the thick of some traffic here. No driver change for GTE Racing, so still Erlenbrook in, and that might just be because they haven't done the pit stop yet. That would explain. It'll be interesting to see whether Renzo Erlenbrook stays in the car for the final stint as well, or whether he's gonna leave it to a teammate to finish the race. The BLC2 cars are, however, by now in that sort of pit window territory as well. So, and it also won't be long before we could see the BLC1 cars coming in, actually. And I think one of the first ones that we actually might just see coming in is Bouts and VDS by Undercut. They have been quite close to the hour marks over the last few hours with their pit stops. Clearly trying to first of all just get past that mark to make sure not to have that extra short stop at the end. And once you realize you might have to splash and dash, it's about trying to work down the size and length of said splash and dash, and of course also the significance of it. But the reality is that an extra trip down through pit lane itself is going to cost you an awful long time. And even though they might have an extra or a longer pit stop, not an extra pit stop, but a longer pit stop than the Anage competition car, I'm not quite sure that that those 26 seconds are going to be enough for Anage, because as it stands right now, that's what they're clinging on to. Again, that's something we'll be trying to see if we can decipher once we get the pit times, but of course, it's most likely going to be more or less a full stop for Bouts and VDS. And about half a tank of fuel for Anage. And then the question is if that's enough to change tires without losing. I think it might not be entirely, but I think it's quite close. I think the penalty from, so to say, from changing your tires, said pit stop, isn't going to be enough to offset, you know, the gains from getting fresh tires on. Renzo Erlenbrook in the GT Racing class leading car, at least virtually. Seemingly they're going to give up the position to Valkyrie again now. But a monster stint, it has to be said, by Renzo Erlenbrook, one of the strongest displays of the race. From what we've seen so far. Raf Reinders and ART Sim Racing in the pits as well. They've just come to a halt. Jeroen Wadlin as well. So this one's going to be interesting. We saw a 57-second stop time for Yoma Racing. When is the SimWorld BE Rapid car gonna start moving? It needs to be about now if they gotta claw back all the time. And you know what? It might not be at all. It's a full stop for them as well. Here comes the bouncing car, so really pit activity is set a high at the moment, understandably so. There is the bouncing car. Is it going to be a driver change for them into this final stint, or is it going to be Hugo Bemelmans? That's the answer to that question right there, as Christophe Herbignot jumps into the seat. David Toth is passed for now, and this much we expected. The interesting thing is going to be just how long they're going to have to sit here stationary. I think it's going to be the full stop for them. So about 42 seconds, maybe a little bit less, but it's not going to be a lot. I think they'd rather have the certainty of enough fuel, and rightfully so. A full pit stop. And Christophe Herbignot takes to the track with a 42, 43 second deficit, maybe a little bit more once the gap times out. That's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough, I think. It takes about 34 seconds to go through the pit lane. And of that, I would expect you to lose 20 to 25, actually. And then with the stop on top of that, oh, it's going to be... It might just get very, very close. It might get very close. It all comes down to whether or not Bautzen can keep the car on pace with the Enage competition Lambo as well. Now, remember, they have a full tank of fuel, a fresh set of tires, yes, but a heavy car to contend with. Track temp is coming down, so whoever has to take late steps, or expected to come down at least, it looks a little bit more cloudy than what we saw earlier, and it has come down. If not a lot, then at least a little bit. It's 29 degrees. For the time, 29 degrees, certainly not hot enough to really strike fear into the hearts of any of the teams, and within the cooler ranges of temperature. The upper ranges of cold, as weird as it gets. But somebody may think of it differently, just saying. Anyway, David Toth now finding himself in the lead, and with a mission that's sort of the same, and yet it's sort of different. Because, could actually say the mission looks different, but in reality it's the same, because they're still trying to make sure that once they get out of the pits, they will be ahead of the Bautzen VDS by undercut car. Whether or not that's going to be the case, it's very, very, very hard to tell. I think what we have seen is a net time loss of, give and take, probably about a minute, right? And that's from an overall pit lane time of 1 minute and 20. It's going to be a bit more than a minute. But that's for a full stop. And that would make 15 to 20 seconds of... And that's exactly half a fuel tank. So this is going to be... This is going to be... As it stands now, so what I can make of it, it's going to be that they could rejoin basically side by side. But then again, they'll have to get to that pit stop first without really having any change in pace for any of them. And if ever the pressure was on in a race, now is the time. then easy to argue as well that the class and skill level of the drivers at the top end of the BLC1 field is indeed world class, and not really likely to see anyone crack here big time. Saying that, we have seen mistakes in the final. It's not like these people aren't human. You might call them aliens, but well, they are also human at the end. Here's David Tough. Flies through that one. He has to be, to say the least, watchful with that. I'm sure he has it under control. Issues for Janne Biersmans. That's the 42 Brab Lambo getting twitchy, just like we saw with the Simpact Audi earlier. Did pretty much the same thing, wobbling around. That must be... That's turn 4, right? Yeah, turn 4. Issues for Raf Reinders as well. A little bit of a twitchy moment there, but keeps it sort of under control. Pit stop now for Stéphane Lequin. And Brian Timmermans is indeed as well in front of Jeroen Wadlet and the Simworld.be Rapid car. It's about 9 seconds to the good for Brian Timmermans and Yoma Racing, who looks like they're gonna stay in third. Very good performance overall from them, even with the connection issues that befell them at some point. Really good job to reset the entire team and to just keep on chipping away at it and not let that be the start of a downward spiral. It's so easy to have happening, even if you do your utmost to avoid it. Sometimes the more you do, the more you sort of focus in that sort of tense way. It can't be it cannot be a tense focus really for anyone at this point of the race. It has to be focused, but you also have to relax. If you're not in the zone yet, in that regard, it has to be relaxed. Here is an issue for Thomas Delcourt, and it's the 100 car around it. He just loses it all on his own. The 100 sneaks around, and it's just going to be a 180 for the Valkyrie Audi. And a 3-point turn to get him moving again. Pit stop for Bavo Fallon and Sim Formula Europe. And of course, well in all the classes. Final pit stop windows now. We've been so for a good few laps. First of the BLC ones to come in was pretty much the Bautzen car. And that was on lap 914. So that's 4 laps ago. Soon to be 5 for them. Yep. David Tough is building on the advantage lap by lap. On the last lap, actually, pretty massive gains. I'm expecting it to be traffic, well, without knowing any better. But for an Arch competition, and David Tough, he did a 127.92, and then it is a 128.78 for Bautzen VDS by undercut.
And I'm also back, and I will try to assist you as much as I can, Hasse. But I have to say my brain is starting to get fried a little bit, but I'll do my best to help you out a little bit, because you have been doing a great job on your own, and that must be respected as well. So already my hat off to you. I'll try to support you for the last moments in this race, and try not to say too many stupid things. But I really need sleep at the moment. Yeah.
Well, the major heroes here must be
The drivers.
Must be drivers and you guys who's been up as well. Well, the drivers, I don't think any of the drivers will have been up for the entirety of the opening part of the race, then the entirety of the night, and then all of noon here. So the real heroes in that regard are you and Andy, and race
Rudy,
control,
of course,
and General Rudy as well. Exactly. I think you three guys are the real stay awake heroes. Certainly, I am in no sort of contention for that prize. But it's been an easy race, even to commentate on by myself. I feel like it's there hasn't been many periods of like prolonged nothingness, which sometimes you can get a lot of that in a 24-hour race. Even one that overall is really interesting, but sometimes the battles just play out on a time scale that's hours rather than minutes, and it leaves you with quite a lot of situations where there isn't really much to say necessarily. Issues for Jonas Holm and Simpact, I'm afraid. Not the way for them to end the race. What has happened here? That looks weird.
Oh, I think it's blinking there. Oh, yeah, and maybe he was expecting the car to pop up again.
Yeah, but that can really that can really throw you off as well.
Yeah,
really throw you off, and especially with fatigue creeping in and everything else, it's one of the worst things actually in terms of pure distraction value. You know, it's a huge distraction to have that blinking car up ahead. And again, we saw it blinking, I saw it blinking, but how cars blink in and out of existence and stuff is often a little bit different from connection to connection, and therefore, you know, what you're seeing might not be what he was seeing in the situation. Also, it's one of the things where generally I feel like iRacing and the connection netcode things are they are not terrible. They, of course, they could be better, but with the blinking thing, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
but most of the time it's actually the connection of the driver that is probably hicking up a little bit. Netcode is more the syncing. For instance, we have some people from Australia connected, and I thought somebody from New Zealand as well, and then and also other parts of the world, and then there can be some lag, and that's actually the netcode. So that, but blinking is often a connection issue at the location of the driver.
Yeah, that's also how I understand it. That it's whenever the connection on the driver's end tend to fall out a little bit, not send the data it's supposed to, or at the rate that it's supposed to.
Yeah, something like that indeed. And we did see some people already having some issues, some disconnects as well. So it can happen to everybody at a certain point. Also, we had issues when we started the stream, for instance. So, yeah.
And even as a Dane, I think Scandinavians are widely regarded as having some of the best internet. I think we Danes in general have pretty stable and strong, fast internet connections. It's a small country and we have a lot of money in general, and there isn't really any natural features to mess it up either. There isn't any mountains or anything that can make it difficult to lay out the lines and cables and such. So a lot of people will have fiber internet and very fast connections, and that generally shows when you do a comparison to a lot of people, even just with the available internet. I have a friend races and lives in Italy, Italian guy, and he just has normal Italian broadband connection, and even that, through no fault of his own, is just a lot more unstable than what I have at home, which is for me very nice indeed.
Yeah, I see that in Belcar 3, by the way, the gap between Yoma Racing and SimWorld.be Rapid is also it has come down a little bit, but it's still 8-9 seconds. So
Yeah, it's
they're managing the gap quite good at the moment.
That's very true, and it was 8-9 seconds when they came into the pits. There was 1 or 2 laps where it fell from 11-12 seconds down to those 8-9.
Yeah.
Then both of the cars had their final pit stops. They rejoined, and it was still 8 or 9 seconds.
Yeah.
So that battle for 3-4 hours now has been the kings of status quo.
Yeah.
It really hasn't been moving much. They are so evenly matched, and still Yoma Racing hanging on. It's going to require a late push in the last 45 minutes, but we'll see if... there are also drivers that just tend to be better at this than others. Some drivers are really good at just doing their stints in the middle of the race when it isn't really the spicy end as such. But where the pressure really sometimes has a tendency to get to them a little bit more than others. And for the end of the race like this, you need a driver who can really deal well with whatever pressure he might be feeling to himself here. Christophe Urbigno, 49 seconds, just in the vicinity of 50 seconds. That means that following the final pit stop from the Belgian car, they have lost about 4 seconds to the Anage car. It's the same story around as it was last time we checked and compared the lap times of the two. 1:27.9 for David Toth, 1:29.16 Christophe Urbigno. So interesting it's going to be. Simon Heck mostly through incidents, disconnects, penalties, and all of these things combined. It's a minute here, a lap there, and over the course of 24 hours, it really doesn't have to take a lot, especially if you're talking incidents where you get damage to a degree where it's 7, 8, 10 minutes or more of repairs. Then we see when you look at the time difference, for instance, this is car 17, they're in second place, obviously, the lead battle on the lead lap. The car behind them, that's the Simpac car. They are currently 14 laps down from what I can see. Yeah, 14 laps. That equates to 22 minutes of runtime. So that's not, for most of the teams at least, it's not going to be one big chunk of 22 minutes of damage and then ensuing repairs, but more so many small flows and ponds that flow out into a bigger river in the end altogether.
Yeah, and I think if I look at the list, I think a lot of teams have done like 2-3 drive-tos for incident points. That's also every time it's like 35 seconds or so. So that adds up as well. And
yeah, effectively the drive-through. Effectively the drive-through I looked at, I think it's like 26 to 28 seconds.
Yeah. But then in the timing, it's probably also counting some of the pit entry and pit exit. Maybe, I'm not sure.
No, it's just because you're moving. Because it takes the pit lane
correctly,
time, but you're moving at the pit speed limiter, and that also means that at tracks, especially at American tracks that had a higher pit speed, that what most tracks in Europe do, also means that you're going to have a bit less time lost because you're traveling quicker. Percentages and all that. Yeah. Not for a fried brain. Sorry.
No, definitely not.
We've had an issue, I'm afraid, for
Tyran.
Well kept.
Well kept, indeed. Luckily, the grass is not grass, as you called it, I believe.
I was wondering if you were going to remember it.
But
it's actual grass, and it behaves much more like you would expect actual grass to do, both in terms of what it can offer you of grip, but especially in terms of how much it slows you down. And I think a lot of drivers have really been having to get used to the fact that that you can now save things that
Yeah.
before would be would just lost cause, and you're on the grass, you're spinning, and you might as well just lose, put your hands off the wheel and say,
okay, whatever.
But now there's a point in trying to fight and to hang on to control, as we've seen on quite a number of occasions, especially from some of the BLC4 cars that had some slidey times through turn 4, the fast right-hander here before the chicane, the first of the chicanes. So good stuff on the grass. It'll be interesting to see how the grass reacts to getting wet when rain comes. That'll be a whole new ballpark of so many things. But yeah.
And also in real life, it's not unusual that you have gaps of 2 to 5 laps. It can happen in real life as well, actually.
You get much bigger gaps
even bigger gaps, yeah.
In real life, I would say that the amount of long repairs that people spend in the pits because of, say you have an engine failure of some sorts instead of a connection issue, if that's going to be fixable at all, that often is a much longer repair than some of those. What we see here is often, even the long repairs is maybe 20, 25 minutes, sometimes worse, but it often requires a track where you just go quicker and hit things with more speed to have those really heavy incidents at track like Le Mans. You get it at Watkins Glen as well. You get it at tracks where you generally tend to take more corners at over 200 kilometers an hour. But indeed, in real life, often you see repairs taking even longer than the already long repair times relatively to a game. Some would be offended that I say that, a sim. So while it might look wild on the timing tower, if you look past this race and into virtual Belcar races of old, it's not going to be anything unusual.
No.
And in the real world of motorsports, it's going to be much the same story. And even a gap, and I would also point out that even a gap like this, 6-7 laps, it can be lost as long as there are 6-7 laps left to race. With a huge incident and huge damage and a, meatball flag, and you have to go in, and if the repairs are long enough, then that's it. So it's
yeah, and the lead car is coming into pit lane actually.
So now is the time for an arch competition. They've built 5 seconds onto the lead. 50 seconds. That might just be enough. The pit lane time for a full pit stop is about 1 minute and 20, and then we think we can safely say it's more like 1 minute and 5 to 10 that you would normally lose.
But they don't have to do probably a full fuel stop.
No, this is gonna be about 60%, I would expect, of a tank full. That would equate to 25 seconds, I think, stop. Let's see. And then what about the tires? The car's not gone up on its jacks as far as I can see. We're going to change to a little bit of a better cam. It is up, yeah. It's up. So they're doing the tires. It happens
during the fuel, so it's down.
I was just wondering if it's going to be enough. That's down. 25 seconds. Herbigno is not there yet. 27.
On the start straight.
28. There he goes.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very, very, very close here. Christoph Herbigno is down in turn 1 and he's passed. Herbigno's passed, and it's just a few seconds.
This is a sprint to the end.
It's a true sprint to the end. And Thomas, 2 seconds or less for the win. I'm just saying it. You put it there on the bingo plate. Now it's up to the drivers to make it a prophecy come true, as Christoph Herbigno and Bautzen VDS by undercut leads, but by 2.5 seconds from the car that for so much of the race, Ronald, they've looked dominant in a large competition, and it was for so long as well not really in doubt whether they were going to pull it off or not. And through all the issues, and I'm saying that because there has been a few of them for Bautzen VDS by undercut, they have remained their focus. They have remained in attack mode throughout the race, I feel like saying.
Yeah.
And now putting themselves in a position to really fight for it. Of course, slightly fresher tires similar fuel loads, but I don't think it's going to be enough really to throw off Urbano. We'll see, because it's only 2.5 seconds. It's going to require nothing for this to fall apart, and that's for both of them. Look at David Tuff here. Just a few tenths slower, but that was of course his outlap, so cold tires taken into consideration for him as well. It's also a point to make, I think, that you'd never really want to take chances with the fuel if there is a chance of a certain extra lap being raced, then you have to have that buffer as well built into it.
Whoa.
And in this regard, it's been the advantage for Bautzen that they've had that full pit stop to end with. They know exactly for how long they can keep that car running on a full tank of fuel. And we're going to see a lot of this come this final half hour, 35 minutes it is, 34 to be precise. People are going to start to have just moving out of the way more or less, because no one, at least none of the top 2 drivers in BLC1 can afford anything really at the current time. And Christopher Urbano already running in to the poorly timed traffic. There's nothing the RD eSports car can do about it.
No.
It's just there, wrong place, wrong time. But you can see 0.4 of a second that cost him. And that is really the name of the game for the final part of this race here. Exciting, yes. Nerve-wracking, yes, as well.
And also in Belcar 3, the gap has come down to 5 seconds actually between P4 and P3. So there's also a battle cooking up. Or I should say heating up and just cooking probably, and not cooking up.
Well, you could be cooking up a nice battle as well if you're stirring it there.
We can be cooking up a nice battle.
Smelling it, you know,
yeah.
Letting the fumes arrive at your nostrils. David Tuff with some work to do. That was a mistake on his part. Didn't really pick up on it on board, but he lost the line. Maybe a bit of an unlucky bounce. But he's lost about a second on this lap alone. And then we haven't really seen any drive-throughs for Bautzen as well for a long time. I don't really know whether they've picked up many incident points through those mischievous little off tracks here and there.
No.
It seems to be for both of them right now that there's a certain tendency for traffic to sort of pop up and arrive at the worst moments. I had an issue for Matthew Schroeder as well in the 777.
A slight spin, I believe. Oh, maybe on the curb. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he keeps his nose out of the wall.
They have kept their nose clean in that situation. That much is true.
So this is Yoma Racing, and then a little bit further down we should see the yellow car indeed of Simworld.be Rapid. And that's a gap of about 5.5 seconds. So also this is still a race and a sprint for the podium at the moment. The P3 podium place in the race.
Again, they are so close to one another. It seems like it's only the traffic that can really separate the pace of the two cars. And mention Yoma Racing up ahead. Lost a little bit, 3-4 seconds over a few laps. Now again, you see it up ahead. They're sort of intertwined in something at the rear end of a relatively long line of cars, but those ahead of them are quicker. They'll be moving away now, so it's basically just one of the, I think that was one of the Eagle Speed Mercedes PLC3 machines that are sort of lodged in between these two. The lap before this one had them separated by 0.03 of a second in the favor of SimWorld.be Rapid. That's not going to be enough. Those 5 seconds are going to be more than enough to hold them off, if that's the sort of differences we're looking at. Meanwhile, up ahead, it's also seemingly swinging back and forth. It's one of the Anage PLC3 cars. No inter-team issues here. That's the 101. So it is Anage Competition Light. Currently 7th in PLC3. Oh, and issues for Matthew Schröder again. Oh, that's just into the pit lane.
Yeah.
We had a... Oh, that is no...
Oh!
Well, it is true it's into the pit lane, but this time actually wasn't. Oh, and he gets it turned around quicker than I was afraid was going to be the situation there. From the angle we saw there. So it looked like it was sort of just lodged in the middle of it there. But... GTE Racing machine the 99 against the 100, who will have no incentive to get out of the way. They're leading their class, not like they have any fight. Thomas Stockmans could just get out of the way. And both of the quicker cars behind are going to move through here. It's going to be a scent from Christoph Urbino, an understandable one at that. That means David Toth in a nice competition through that situation. Gaining about a second back there. Which in turn almost puts them in slipstreaming distance. However, there is that 99 of Renzo Erlenbrook and GTE Racing lodged in between. So, yet again, it's those... It's really nip and tuck. It's edge of the seat for half an hour. Plus that little bit extra. Lights flashing. State of intent. But to be honest, never really going to work out here.
Oh, and actually they are coming up to the battle of the P3 in Belcar 3 actually as well.
Yeah, that's very true. They're coming up to lap Timmermans and Jeroen Vatlet. You can see Urbino through on Vatlet there, down towards the Villeneuve chicane. That's what you're hoping for as a driver of a faster class car, and actually, much of the time, the slower cars as well, it's safest and easiest when both are flat out and no one's losing time. And there goes David Toth just through as well. Gap just continues to eke down for Christoph Urbino.
Yeah, and the Valkyrie car getting out of the way nicely as well. As do the others, they do leave room.
Yeah, when the Yoma Racing BMW passed by the Urbino Audi as well. Of Bautze. Pit stop for Thomas Delcourt in the 677 Valkyrie BLC1 Audi. And Nils Teasters as well, AD Sim Sports, with a late pit stop for them.
Yeah, and even with the traffic, well, the gap between Jeroen Vatlet and Brian Timmermans is also has also remained the same. So a bit like the distance between David Todd and Christophe Herberginon. It has come down, but it's also stable now for a little bit.
I think all of the cars in BLC2 are within at least the lead trio in BLC2 should be within that final pit window. With a slight advantage to GTE in that regard. Pitted a little bit later than Max Humbert. By the way, that gap has continued to decrease. And it's down to 27 seconds. And while I don't think they're going to lose 27 seconds and 25 minutes to Renzo Erlenbrook and GTE Racing.
No, because they have great pace.
It's really a big
as well.
chapeau to Renzo Erlenbrook, who has done a monster triple stint. Remind you, that's an hour and 10 minutes plus a bit for every stint. He's done that 2.5 times now. He's not set a foot wrong for what we've seen, at least. He's been continuing to claw back time on the race leaders. He's disposed of DBRPM and put him back by about 50 seconds. And it might not be over yet. Could indeed also be a case of what Angelo says in chat here with the off tracks. Indeed, especially in the Villeneuve chicane, I think, as far as I understand it, that is the worst place for the off track, but not the only one where you can pick him up pretty easily. So that's of course something to avoid for everyone still having something to fight for. And that goes for Renzo Erlenbrook and GT as well. They have a 37. It would be, I think they have enough to do a drive-through without losing second to DPRPM, but it'll be close still. It's about 47 seconds. So, of course, with the drive-through costing about those 28 to the 30 seconds, that should not be a problem. Yeah, status quo or thereabouts between the two leaders, Ronald. It's around 2 seconds now.
Yes, indeed. I just wanted to mention indeed that the Cup car of Valkyrie also came back from a poor or a start where lots of stuff happened. So they had a great recovery race as well, and they are leading now for quite a while. So excellent job by them as well. And we can see that the gap between Vatlet and Timmermans is also coming down. So we have a battle on two fronts. I will keep an eye on the battle in Belcar 3 as well. And then if that gets closer, I will definitely shout so we can have a look at that as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. We stay on board with David Toth here. "22 minutes is what remains of 24 hours. And we have the top two in the top class. A
and we
couple
have
of
2 seconds.
world-class drivers at it. Yeah, within 2 seconds here. This is the magic of endurance racing for all to see. Should you be in doubt, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, if I think back at what we said, like I think an hour or 4 ago. Okay, now we just are more or less waiting for the finale. I think the finale has begun actually in Belcar 1, also in Belcar 3. There's a nice battle going on. So yeah.
We were very much into the finale. For me, the finale of a race like this is once we get into the final window of pit stops for each class. That's when it's really starts heating up. This is when gloves tend to come off, and whatever goodwill you have had the chance to save up by being patient around the other classes in traffic, it's time to cash in on it now. See the Brab Lambo holding off.
Yeah.
He wants no part in getting in the way of anyone here. And looking at the lap times for the two leaders, they are basically mirroring one another.
Yeah.
Last time around it was 300ths of a second. This time a 10th and a half in the favor of a nice competition. And David Toth do have tires that are a bit fresher. We could see that advantage come to play as we get closer to the finish line especially. But knowing the current tire model in iRacing, I wouldn't say to a huge degree, but having driven it a time or two, it seems that the real advantage lies in the first, what be it, 5-6 minutes of running on the tire where you can really push, and then it sort of levels off until it gets really worn, and then when that's when it falls off the cliffs and gets really terrible. But you tend to be able to run the tire and the car pretty steadily for quite some time, of course, given that you don't overheat as well. So it has been a long race indeed, and teams and drivers, and especially these top two teams in PLC 1, they've done so much just to put themselves in the position here to fight. Now it's all about seeing the checkered flag first, to be honest.
Yeah, and also in BLC2, the battle has been great between the teams, also in the top three, and a nice inter-team battle as well. We could witness between the ART sim cars, sim racing cars, and then two other team cars close to each other. What happened here? Is that a crash? It's going on the inside. Yeah,
just in
classic.
front of Jeroen Bartlett.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna cost him important time. He's not gonna be very happy about that, I'm afraid. Still just 3.4
and look at the train
seconds.
of car that's coming by.
Oh,
I was looking at the replay at race control, and behind the incident there was like a train of 6-7 cars as well. So a scary moment.
yeah, definitely. Could have a look at it from the perspective of Philip Hammer. I think this is one of the best shots I could offer in that regard.
Yeah,
Sees the
it
incident
just
up
he
there.
sees the smoke.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
the track
there he
just-
is. Yeah, okay, he was off, but yeah.
a little bit too interesting. And a large congregation of traffic here as well. It really congests, and at a crucial time, I haven't really seen it too much. Maybe because it's happened throughout the night. Maybe we've been watching other cars and stuff. But you get these situations where moments in time in a race like this where so many cars are so close to one another and different laps, it's different classes and all that. But you get a minute or two of there being a big chunk of cars to have to come through, and as late as this in the race, it's something that, well, we want to see it because it's exciting, but for the drivers and the team, crew chiefs, the teammates that are watching, all of this is just potential disasters. It's basically banana peels that are left out there waiting for someone to slip in it. Still status quo between these two. There's been a bit of gains for David Toth, but it's stabilized yet again. Now Christopher Urbano is hoping not to lose too much, but behind the number 6. Don't think it's going to be too expensive here.
Yeah, and there is also a penalty given, by the way, for that incident that we saw in the Villeneuve chicane.
Yeah.
It's the 258 car. That is the RD SimSport car that got a drive-through. Not a drive-through, a stop and go, sorry.
And that's gonna lose them 9th place, I think, to Digitrax.
Yeah, they are close indeed, yeah. It was a classic mistake, something we have seen before in other races here as well.
Yeah, too late and from a little bit too far back into the Villeneuve chicane.
Yeah.
If you're going to overtake there, you want to be sort of
You have to
up,
be
well up along on your
fully
own.
next to the
Yeah,
other, or
exactly,
even
and
in front.
even a
Already.
bit more
Yeah.
just from running quickly down there.
Yeah.
The thing is that the run down to that chicane isn't really all that long, and you have
No.
that left-hand kink, so if someone's on the outside, they have to go the long way around. That slows you down a little bit extra, and maybe that reasoning, it's often quite hard actually setting up a good overtake. We see many, what should I call it? Many doubtful overtakes down in the Villeneuve chicane, but that's one of the charming points of the track in the end. 1.6 seconds. Still, it's a little bit down. Swell exiting the final sector there. 0.2 of a second this lap for David Toth. So meanwhile, Yoma Racing have ever so slightly extended the gap down to SimWorld BE Rapid. That I mean, just put on an extra 3 or 4 tenths of a second compared to the last check we had. We're into the final 15 minutes. So I don't think we're likely to see any real desperation, though, from David Toth and Irish competition. No doubt they're going to want to win this race. I think they'd rather take the championship in due style and finish a fighting second than to finish a crashing second at the final moments. But that's a very fine line as well. They are, however, from the looks of it, edging closer and closer. The interval is not always to be trusted, but that seems this lap going the other way. 2:27.8. Yeah, that's the 2/10 that was gained by David Toth on the previous lap, undone immediately by Boucher. So right now it looks like Boucher is sort of in control of the advantage. Bit of unlucky traffic as well. David Toth, that's going to cost a tenth or two. More of it coming up.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of traffic
Christophe
coming up.
Urbigno. We're going on board with Christophe Urbigno here.
First up is the Virago GT3 car, and then we have the Digitrax GT4, and then I think the Simpact and Noises car that's also in front, if I'm not mistaken. Next up is the Brab Porsche, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, very much so. When you're there sneaking up the inside, that's going to be an important one because it's down to 1.3 seconds. But look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, this is what Urbigno needs, and still hesitation there from David Toth. That might be costly. Oh, it takes... He does that consistently, and that's pretty impressive. But you could see it was down by 0.4 of a second to the traffic that lap, and then one situation sort of put it all back to square one, where we started maybe even with a 10th extra in the favor of Christophe Urbano. And these small differences that we're talking about in traffic are sort of minuscule differences compared to what you can see sometimes around with its 1, 2, 3 second net loss from being stuck somewhere on track in traffic.
Yeah, and we have about the same gap actually at for P3 and 4 in Belcar 3. They are also 1 second point.
So really
it's exactly the same gap as these two have.
That has really come down quick. Something must have come up for Yoma Racing. Whatever
traffic
happened, I have no... Yeah, well, what I would expect as well, but... Oh, that's a big send. They're pushing now. "10 minutes to go, Ronald."
Yes. And
long, far back send there on one of the Eagle Speed Academy Mercedes.
Yeah, there was a quick flash of the lights and then... But I guess by now everybody is looking at the relative, and we see the Sim World.be car passing by as well, who is in a fight with Brian Timmermans of Yoma Racing.
Yeah, and I feel like they were just here a moment ago, weren't they? The leaders.
Yeah, that's it's really
take him on again.
They are. There's undercut is coming up already. Then we have the Simpact and Noises car, and then it's Arnage competition in P2. So that's it's a difficult thing because these two, the two BMWs, are fighting for position as well for one of the it's for the final podium spot. So they don't want to lose too much time either. But they do also get blue flags, of course.
This lap has really presented a bit of a gain for Bautzen. It's about 2.3, 2.4 seconds. And that's more or less the biggest we've seen it since, since we had that final pit stop for an Arnage competition. But a 127.9 as well for Urbano, and a 128.7, so 0.7 of a second now, 2.5 seconds over that last lap, with only 6.5 plus a little bit more to run. I'm not saying that 2.6 seconds is a definitive gap that closes us off, but it might just be enough for Bautzen to hold on. We'll have to see. Yoma Racing 1.8 seconds on Jeroen Vatlet and SimWorld BE Rapid.
Yeah, and this is really a fight for the podium because Jeroen Vatlet will have the points for third place anyhow, because Yoma Racing is one of the guest teams and they will not score points in the championship. So in that regard, Jeroen Vatlet is already certain of the points in... as long if they finish like this, of course, because you're never certain until you reach the finish line. But yeah, he or the team will get the points for third position. But of course, it's always nice to be on the podium of a 24-hour race.
Yeah, for them as well, I think it's definitely got to be more about the podiums than the points as such. Of course, there could be extra positions in the overall standings to be gained, but with all the calculations having to be done, I'm not quite sure where we are in the standings, so I'll just refrain from making any such comments.
Yeah, and we have also decided to calculate everything tomorrow, because we don't want to make mistakes now when we are like already up for about I don't know, close to 30 hours or something, I guess, by now. So yeah.
Oh, Brian Timmermans, did you see that?
Yes.
Huge moment on the grass, exiting the first chicane, and Jeroen Wadlet now within the slipstream. It's almost within a second here.
Yeah, they might start feeling the pressure. Yeah. It's getting closer and closer, and they've been working very hard for that podium spot, but it's in danger at the moment.
This one's going to be full attack now for the final 4 minutes of this race. And with the closeness of these two, Jeroen Wadlet either needs a mistake from Brian Timmermans, or he might just be able to work himself into a place where he can carve out a single opportunity that he'll then have to try and force through within the realms of the rule book. And that is going to make it very exciting to follow here on the final moments of the race. 2.9 seconds now. I think a nice competition might have just thrown in the flag. Maybe they overcooked the tires a little bit. That doesn't look like any sort of surrender to me. There's still a full attack line being raced, but what pace here at the end of the race from Boutsen and Christophe Urbigno, doing a very good job, but he does have some BLC2 traffic up ahead. And it's both of the, or two of the three DBRPM car. The main car, you would say, without a name to it. And then the Marshmallow Machine, car number 3.
Yeah.
Of course, DB RPM fielding these 3 cars because it is a merger between DB Racing and RPM. A small time loss on the overall 0.4 of a second now.
Yes.
Wadlet is clawing it back, and I think he must have tires that are just better at this point. It seems to me there's much more bite for him. It also could be that the track has been heating up. It does look like it. Yes, 33 degrees here at the end. So indeed, we have had some sunlight beaming down on the track. And to me, it seems like it's going to be very hard for Brian Timmermans to hang on to this one, but we haven't seen the last of it. There's 2 minutes and 20 yet to go. The advantage is now clawing itself up for David Toth, who had a major moment behind the 3 car in traffic, it seems. He at least lost a lot of time. It's up to 4 seconds, and I think we can, with relative confidence, say that must by now more or less be the win decided. I should be careful saying that it's 1 minute and 45 yet to go, so we're gonna have, is that gonna be 1:30, 28? It's gonna be one more lap.
Yeah, something like that.
Question. So it's going to be the white flag now, or do they get the white flag when the timer runs out?
I don't think they will. I don't think they will get the time, the white flag now. Actually,
we'll see as he comes up towards.
Hopefully, we will have a look at. Oh yeah, white flag. White flag.
White flag. So final lap of the race, 3.5 seconds for an Irish competition, with a few cars in between that must hold, that has to hold. But a lap more as well for Brian Timmermans and Jeroen Wadlet. That's the lap that I think Brian Timmermans was hoping that he wasn't going to have to do, because Jeroen Wadlet is going to have that one, maybe 1 or 2 opportunities. He's close enough to really try and cover it up. Doesn't get the best of exits there. Needs to be smart about it as much as possible here. And there comes the move from Jeroen Wadlet.
Oh, a little bit of
the rubbing on the outside, and he holds it. Brian Timmermans with the defensive move of the day. Of course, respectful driving as well from Jeroen Wadlet, not to lean on him basically at all, because it would have been taking next to nothing to turn the BMW around.
Yeah, and the lead car is going to the finish with a gap of about 4.4 seconds. So, yeah, that's going to be a win for Undercut.
No bingo plates, no under 2 seconds for us today, but Poutzen, VDS by Undercut, the 17 car, with a mighty, mighty win here at the 24 hours of Zolder. The virtual Belcar concluded for 2013 in BLC1 with a banger of a race.
Yes, and maybe we should hop back to the battle in Belcar 3 if we can.
Yeah,
oh,
it's going to be all the way to the line.
That's done as well. Yeah,
it's done and dusted.
Yes.
It's over. It's over, and Yoma Racing's going to keep it.
Although Vatlet is coming closer still, and there's a win. Oh! A slowdown maybe. Could that have... Oh, no. Oh, fuel.
He's out of fuel.
Out of fuel.
He's out of fuel on the line, and it's going to be third. Oh, yet on Vatlet and Simworld.be Rapid. Drama on the line. Of course, a win for the Valkyrie X-Type 877 car in BLC2. We need to mention this as well. The GTE Racing 99 gets second. DBRPM, the 32, third in BLC2.
Whoa.
But what a finale here. We have to take another look at that in a second. Whoa. Here comes the move. Oh, this is the first. So this is the first one between the two.
Yeah.
Look at how they don't touch. That is incredible. Well driven from both of them. So that's the first back and forth, up and over. And then here comes the move. I think he feels it, Vatlet, that he's going slowly.
Yeah.
So he just makes sure that it's stamped and sent from way back. And then Brian Timmermans, does he even make it across the line?
Yes, but it's a painful drive to the finish line. Oh.
Well, Stefan Degang is 11 minutes behind.
Yeah, so they have some time to cross the line, but indeed. We did see also Valkyrie win in Belcar 2. Yep. But yeah, we had to switch back to the battle between the two BMWs as well, but we could see the Valkyrie Porsche Cup celebrate on the finish line as well. So yeah, what a finish.
What an amazing finish to the margins. The margins, Ronald. We've been racing for an entire day. And then it come down to these sort of minuscule margins. We just called it off down at the final hairpin.
Yeah.
It was 1.2 seconds. It looked clear for Yoma Racing, and then it just wasn't going to be at the end. Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing indeed.
It looks like in another shot we can see your teammates pushing the BMW around the track at the moment. Yeah. They had no fuel. And it's indeed... not only close in time, also close on fuel apparently. So I think everybody is yes, it's a nice thing to do.
Oh, that's a nice gesture.
So I guess we can have a look at the final results at the moment.
Yeah, very much so, and we'll see if we can get them on your screen. Class for class, and we'll take them from the bottom. BLC3 winners, yet again. They've done it so many times before, and they'll do it here for the 24 hours of Zolder. It's Anash Competition Eau Rouge who seals the championship win with a race win 2 laps clear of Traxxas by JWS Classic Cars, rounding off a strong season as well. The number 6 car. And final spot on the podium will be Simworld.be Rapid, the 114 machine, after one of the epic fights of the season and of the virtual Belcar as a whole. Yoma Racing, really valiant fighting, running out of fuel in the final chicane, ending up in 4th place ahead of Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports. Then we got Eagle Speed Academy, the 485 car, in 6th ahead of Anash Competition Light. Valkyrie X-Type and the 777 GT4 Mercedes in 8th ahead of Digitrax. RD Sim Sports with 10th, ahead of the Vesno Cayman, then the other Eagle Speed car, Fastlane, and a very, very poor luck Firaco eSports black car that was 871 laps down. I'm gonna not ask Ronald's tired head to go through the results here, and I'm gonna do it myself instead. Valkyrie X-Hype and the 877 car in BLC2. Again, championship winners as well as race winners here for the 24 hours of Zolder. What a season it's been for them, and what a race they've had today. But overall, look at that, 12.1 seconds separated them from GTE. So it has to be said, Renzo Erlenbrook with one of the stints of the season as well. That's really, really impressive. I'm afraid we paid that much too little attention. Fair to say there was all sorts of other action going on. DBRPM gets the last podium place in BLC2, a lap down on the winning car. Then the two ART sim racing cars, 11 and 12 in 4th and 5th, ahead of the two other DBRPM machines, Tricolore and Marshmallow, in 6th and 7th. Then Brab, Charlie by Actimone, 9th, and Anage Competition Pink in 10th place. And in our top class, and the fastest class of the race, if I could just get it to play ball, there we go. BLC1 race winners, Bouts and VDS by Undercut Red denies championship winning celebration for Anage, the number 1 car. They win the race by 4.287 seconds. One of the closer finishes in the history of the virtual Belcar, 2 of them in one race. Amazing to see. Anage Competition wins the championship with the number 1 car. They'll keep that for next year if they so desire to return. But a second place showing here today where they were strong, but Boutzen, I'm afraid, on their account at least, Anage's account, are going to have to take my team of the day in BLC1. They did a fantastic drive and a fantastic fight back from whatever issues befell them early on to come back and take the win. Visceral eSports, the 196 Lamborghini, 3rd place for them, 6 laps down, ahead of the 677 Valkyrie X-Hype competition. Then Sim Formula Europe ahead of Firaco eSports White and Simpact, and that means, to my best of knowledge, Firaco eSports White shall take those points, and I think with the calculations earlier, that might have been settled already. We'll have to see. Bravo by Earthheim in the 42. Lambo gets 8, and that's 754 laps down. The GK Motorsports Audi that had a troublesome time in this race. With the results done, I'll ask a heavy thing of my computer. Well, maybe in a minute we'll see the start again. I'll try to see if we can get it to play ball. I hope it doesn't crash. but it would be interesting at least to have a look at the start of the race here, and just to see what kind of teams are really coming in for interviews as well. So that'll be another one as well. And we do have the first ones already here. And Ronald, would you join me for the interviews today? No. I'll take that as a no, so we'll just start pulling him in here.
I will join you. Ronald is to the restroom.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. But thank you. Let's bring in the first. Let's bring in a class winner from BLC2. Just waiting for these. We can get the timing software to play ball with the replay here. I'm not sure that it's allowing us to, but Roger Christiansen, a grand welcome here. Congratulations on both race and championship titles here today at what has been a challenging race for you as well, and maybe a feeling that it was nice that the race was long enough that it actually allowed you to come back and gain the win, because you did have a fair bit of tough times befalling yourself as well in the earlier parts of the race.
Yeah, it was good. It was not one lap today, but yeah, we knew that everyone's gonna have some sort of problem. So we didn't feel that it was a problem to have lap 1 incident. So yeah, good it was 24 hours and not 1 hour today.
And ending off a really, really strong season as well with a result like this must be super satisfactory. Having it not only been a good 24 hours here, of course, it's a hard race to end up first in anyways on your own, but having done a season like you guys have, it's been so good from, well, basically all the way through, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a nice flow. We have almost every race or half of the races we have been on the back foot from the start and just kept out of trouble every race. Almost every race. We had one at Ossersleben where we got too much damage in the start to fight for a win, but yeah, we learned to just focus on ourselves and yeah, do good pace, keep out of trouble, and almost every race we have come back in the end. So the season has been very good and team has done a great job. It was fantastic to have Felix and Max with us today, and they did amazing. So nice to have some more Horse Cup drivers in the team, and they are, yeah, within a week up to pace and great on strategy and everything. So looks good for the future.
In your eyes, a 24-hour race requires so many different skill sets to sort of come together and really work into something that'll be, you know, greater than the sum of the individual parts. What do you think made the difference today for your team, also with the two fresh drivers joining in?
Today, my only focus was to get the. I think we needed 2 points to secure the championship. So that was like main focus, the first focus. And as soon as we knew that okay, the championship is good, we started to focus on the race win. And yeah, the important bit was to not get too many incidents, not get too much damage, have as little trouble as possible. And yeah, as I said, I think everyone had some troubles, and we had the most of it in the beginning of the race. So it could have been easy to just have the trouble and try to push to get back and have more trouble, but in the end it all comes back if you're patient and do your best to have as little crash or incidents as possible. And I don't know what happened with all the other teams, but yeah, for sure everyone was involved in something. And
yeah, I think
we.
Sorry.
And I think we managed to minimize our trouble, and that's the difference today, I think.
Well, congratulations on a great win. I was just going to say, I think everybody had their own story to tell after a race like this, their own saga, if you will, and put plenty of twists and turns in the tale for you. It ended up with a good race win, although the GTE racing car did get close in the end. Roger, thanks for taking the time to have a bit of a chat with us here. Is there anyone you'd like to give a thanks or a shout out to while we have you on the interview hook here?
Yeah, of course, you guys in the broadcast and doing an amazing job for the broadcast and for organizing and everything. Big thank you for you guys. Done a fantastic job whole season. And of course, Valkyrie X-Hype, amazing team, doing so much great stuff for the drivers, and yeah, it's beginning to be really good. So big thanks to the whole team.
Roger, thanks to you as well, and thank you for the kind words. We'll let you get some well-earned celebration and rest, I suppose, too. Is going to be on the menu on a Sunday evening after what's been on the menu for the last 24 hours. But very well done, and we'll hope to get a chance to chat again in the future. So that was Roger Christiansen. We've got another driver patiently waiting. It's Jérémy Bonsoreau of the winning Bootsu by VDS undercut. Oh, Jérémy, it must have been some very, very tense, well, not only minutes, but the final 4 or 5 hours of the race, constantly sort of tilting back and forth as to whether you really win or whether you were really in with a shout or not. And then in the end, well, you very much were. It ended up great for you, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure, hello guys. It was so stressful on our side. Yeah, it was very close, very close. Of course, I think we choose a good car, but yeah, it's a long race, 24 hours. There is a lot of things that happen to us, but at the end, the final has been very close, very fun also.
Yeah, but let's just take a few minutes to sort of just quickly go through what I remember, at least here, Jeremy, because you started out with having a pit stop where you had that sort of legacy GT3 pit stop where the tires and the fuel was done individually. That cost you about 20 seconds from the first round of pit stops immediately. And you then had a few penalties as well early in the race, right?
Yeah, at the end, I mean, at the beginning, during the first pit stop, yeah, as you said, the tires changed, but not the fuel. So we lost, I think, 20 seconds on that. And yes, we had a little contact with a GT4 that cost us a stop and go, so we lost another minute and a half. And after that, I think, yes, at midnight or 1 a.m., we had a penalty for exceeding the speed in the pit lane, and we had that again this morning. So yeah, I think overall we lost like 4 minutes with penalties. But
Incredible stuff to fight back from that against a team that had a single drive-through, and on track you really had amazing pace, both in terms of the outright clear laps, but also in traffic. And I'm supposing there were some chances taken along the road to sort of keep that pace up. But were there any moments where you felt like that win was sort of out of range, or did you believe all the way through that it was still possible?
to be honest, since this morning, yes, we were like, okay, it's a 24 hours race. We already lost a race. For example, we lost the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps in the last 30 minutes of the race. So we know that the race is never finished before the ending line. But yeah, maybe when we took the third stop and go this morning, we knew that it will be very difficult. But when, yeah, as you said, our pace was very good, surprisingly good, but yes, very good. And very good for all drivers, all my teammates, including me. We all have a very good pace, close the same pace. So we knew that if one of us can catch the harness driver by 15 or 20 seconds per stint, we knew that the next driver could do the same. So when I think from 4 or 5 hours from the end, we had like 1 minute. We were 1 minute behind the harnage, but we knew that in 4 or 5 stints we could catch 15 or 20 seconds and take the win. So that's what we've done.
Impressive drive. Last question from me, Jeremy, is going to be about you being the only team running the old Audi R8. All the other Audi teams have changed to the newly released Evolution model. What was the reasoning behind that for you?
To be honest, we didn't even try to drive the new Audi because we practiced during 1 or 2 weeks with the old car, and we didn't think it was a good idea to change the car just 2 days before the event. So we just took this assumption and nothing more on this side.
Well, it ended up being the right decision, didn't you?
Yeah,
Again,
yes.
a big congratulations from us here. It's been amazing to follow your journey. Perhaps one of the best sagas, as I've been talking about all the way through, of this race has been with so many setbacks and yet coming out victorious in the end. One of the best performances I've seen in the virtual Belcar series all along, it has to be said. Chapeau, amazing congratulations for that. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk about it here as well afterwards. We're going to have to round off now. So I'm going to let it be more or less, I'm going to speak a bit more afterwards, but close to the last words. Anyone you'd like to say thanks or hello to, a quick shout out or something while we have you here?
Yes, first, thanks to the Belcar team, you and the comment. It was very great. And also, yeah, big thanks to my team, to Boots and VDS, that is part of the journey since a year now. And thanks also to Intel and Clearmaster that are our partners. And yeah, again, thanks to my team and my teammates for the whole season and for this race.
Well, I think deservedly another congratulations, Jeremy. You're off the hook, and I'll let you go and celebrate, pop the champagne, and get some well-deserved rest as well. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and all the best of luck with your future endeavors. And I hope to get a chance to chat sometime in the future here as well.
Thank you.
So that is going to be the conclusion of interviews for today. That's going to be, well, more or less the conclusions of the season altogether. And and what a season it's been. It has to be said. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been exciting all the way through. And thank you all for tuning in along and for watching along with us. It's been great to have your company. All the chat interactions that's kept me, Edward, Ronald, and Andy alive during the
it was
during the
last hour was very easy to stay awake.
Yeah, indeed. The last hour was not so hard to stay awake, or less hard. Yeah.
On my part as well. Thanks to you guys for keeping me on. It's been a pleasure working again with you this year, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you so much for that as well.
Yeah,
thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. A big thank you to you as well, Hasse. Thank you, and also to Ed, who is now working. Couldn't be here, but he has been here also the previous races. So yeah, a big thank you to both of you guys for doing a great job. I now know how hard it is to do some commentating during a race. So thank you.
And to you as well. You guys have had your debut more or less this year, haven't you? And it's been great following you. You've actually been doing a really good job. I enjoyed it last night as well, falling asleep with the race in the background, trying to follow on, maybe hoping that what my brain would sort of absorb a little bit of what was happening over the night. Anyways, it's going to be the concluding moments of this broadcast from myself, Hasse Reumer, from the organizing team. My apologies. Perhaps you have a few words as well, Ronald, before we round off.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody who has been watching. Of course, all the drivers that have joined. Thank you for racing and showing up every time and making it great races to watch. So yeah, big thank you to all the teams for joining.
And that is going to be the final words of this broadcast from my mouth then, from the 24 hours of Zolder from the virtual Belcar season 2023. We're signing off from now. Thank you so much for tuning in and tagging along. And until next time, take care. Have fun.
Goodbye.